Prussia wasn't born an empire. It fought its way into history. What began as a crumbling crusader state after the defeat at Grunwald became, over the centuries, a rising military machine. The Teutonic Order's collapse led to the 13 Years' War and the birth of the Duchy of Prussia. Then came the Hohenzollerns, ambitious, ruthless, and relentless. Frederick the Great turned Prussia into a major European power at battles like Mollwitz, Hohenfriedberg, and Leuthen. A century later, Otto von Bismarck would unite Germany through blood and iron, with victories at Königgrätz and Sedan. Prussia's path was carved through war, diplomacy, and cold calculation. From the ashes of defeat to the gates of Versailles, this is the story of how a small Baltic outpost became the core of modern Germany. The algorithm has been unkind to us lately, so if you like our videos, consider supporting us by liking, commenting, sharing, and subscribing. Previously, our YouTube members and patrons were able to watch 7 episodes on the history of Prussia. Right now, they can watch more than 200 exclusive videos. We also release 3 new exclusive videos every week, including videos on the Eastern Front of World War II, Spanish Succession, Austrian Succession, Persian Wars, Reconquista, Pacific War, and more. To see those, as well as get access to our exclusive Discord, see our schedule, and get early access to all videos, join the ranks of our patrons and YouTube members via the links in the description and pinned comment. Thanks to our supporters for allowing us to continue doing our dream job. In 1411, the shocking losses the Teutonic Order had suffered against the Poles and Lithuanians had shaken the hierarchy of the knightly institution to its very core. Most of the Order's most capable leaders had been killed, and those who replaced them, mainly old men and inexperienced youths, were unworthy of such positions. Very soon, the Teutonic Order began falling into endemic factionalism and regionalism. The decline of the Teutonic Order's power led to increased decentralization within its territories, as groups within the Order started to band around regional and national identities, while castellans and high officers of the Order often ignored the orders of the Grand Master, Heinrich von Plauen the Elder. Furthermore, recruiting new members into the Order was becoming increasingly difficult. By the 15th century, the Teutonic Order was basically an obsolete institution. Initially, its purpose had been to subdue and Christianize the pagans and infidels in the Baltic region, which motivated the European nobility to send their sons to the Order, with an aim of ensuring a military career and divine sympathy for them. Now, however, the once pagan peoples the Order had oppressed had been Christian for centuries, and the age of the Crusades was pretty much over. Moreover, back in the 14th century, the catastrophic Black Death had killed a third of Europe, adding another challenge to recruiting new members. Facing these problems, the Teutonic Order had to start relying on mercenary troops to protect its territories, which was only possible by raising significant funds. The Order decided to increase taxes to do this, which inevitably raised discontent among the merchants, nobility, and some of the knights of Prussia. The Prussian estates, a sort of parliament entity, became a voice of opposition against the Order's authority on the land. Although ironically originally established by the Teutonic Order, these estates gradually drifted closer towards relations with the Order's historical enemy, Poland. Ultimately, this led to the establishment of the Prussian Confederation in 1440, which united major Prussian cities like Danzig, Elbing, Königsberg, Kulm, and Thurn. The goal of the Prussian Confederation was to end the Teutonic Order's reign and expedite Prussia's accession into Poland. In early 1454, the Prussian Confederation started a rebellion against the Order and requested help from the Polish king Casimir IV, promising that in return for his aid, they would become subjects of the Polish crown. Naturally, the Teutonic Order was not too keen on this idea. Thus, another war between Poland and the German Knights, the 13 Years' War, began. The Teutonic Order was ill-prepared for this conflict. It lacked the resources to protect all of its territories, and in the initial stage of the war, many of their castles were burnt by the opposing Polish and Prussian forces. However, these early Polish gains were stalled when the Teutonic Order soundly defeated them in the Battle of König on September 18, 1454. Gradually, the order reconquered some of the lands and castles it had lost, and the conflict turned into a war of attrition. However, in 1460, the order's capital of Marienburg was finally secured by the Poles, which turned the tide of the war. Moreover, the Crusaders' fleet was destroyed, making it increasingly difficult to hire new mercenaries. Finally, in 1466, a third Polish attempt to conquer Konitz succeeded. This was followed by Pope Paul II sending his legate, Rudolf of Rudenheim, to mediate a peace agreement. In 1466, the Second Peace of Thorn was signed. Western Prussia became part of Poland as an autonomous region under the name of Royal Prussia. Eastern Prussia remained the territory of the order, but from then on, the Teutonic Order became a Polish vassal and lost the rights to independently start wars or enter alliances. Moreover, the Grand Masters of the Order were obliged to pledge allegiance to any Polish monarch within 6 months of his election, and had to move their capital from Marienburg to Königsberg. The defeat in the 13 Years' War further deteriorated the prestige of the Teutonic Order, as shortly afterwards the Livonian Order, one of the branches of the Teutons, became de facto independent. The Black Cross Crusaders also lost most of their possessions in Greece and Sicily. In an attempt to change its fortunes, the Order decided to start electing princes of the Holy Roman Empire as their Grand Masters, aiming to secure the support of royal houses in a potential conflict against Poland. As a result, in early 1511, Albrecht of Hohenzollern, the third son of the Margrave of Brandenburg-Ansbach and nephew of the Polish king Sigismund I, was elected as the Grand Master of the Order. Desiring to restore the Teutons to their former glory, Albrecht of Hohenzollern waited for an opportune moment to secure the Order's sovereignty from Poland and reclaim Western Prussia. Very soon, such a moment arrived. In 1512, the Grand Prince of Moscow, Vasily III, invaded the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, which was in personal union with Poland. The Teutonic Order, as a Polish vassal state, was supposed to help Lithuania, but refused to do so. Instead, on the 10th of March 1517, an alliance agreement was signed between Vasily III and the Grand Master Albrecht. The Teutons would support Moscow, in exchange for Vasily III's financial support in hiring 10,000 infantry and 2,000 cavalry for their order. After that, Albrecht demanded that Poland give up Royal Prussia, alongside a payment in compensation for the occupation of these lands. Poland of course refused, and once again in 1519, the old foes, Poland and the Teutonic Order, commenced a conflict against each other. This war started out well for the Crusaders, as the Order was able to restore its control over parts of Warmia and managed to approach Danzig. However, their inability to pay their mercenaries prevented the possibility of actually taking Danzig and striking a decisive blow on Poland. Instead, Poland went on the counter-offensive and retook some of its lost territories. The war ended in 1521, when the Ottoman invasion of Hungary prompted the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V to demand the end of hostilities for both sides. On the 5th of April 1521, the sides agreed to a 4-year armistice in Thurn, with neither the Teutons or Poles having gained much of anything. Meanwhile, Germany and the Christian world in general was being rocked by the reformist Martin Luther and his anti-Catholic teachings. When travelling in Germany in the 1520s to ensure support for the Order's conflict with Poland, Grand Master Albrecht of Hohenzollern was met with a Lutheran reformer, Andreas Osiander, who impressed him greatly. It is said that afterwards the Grand Master met with Martin Luther himself, who advised him to put an end to the conservative rules of the Order, get married, and turn Prussia into a secular hereditary monarchy. Luther also addressed a letter to the Teutonic Order, reiterating his advice to Albrecht of Hohenzollern. It is not entirely clear what exactly caused Albrecht's conversion to Lutheranism, but as it usually is, it was probably due to it being way more advantageous for him in terms of both economic and political power. The Teutonic Order's territory consisted of several bishoprics, which were accountable to the Roman Church and the Pope. converting to Lutheranism would allow him to disregard the Pope, rule those lands as his royal possessions, and pass it on to his heirs. Simultaneously, negotiations with the Polish king Sigismund I were ongoing, as Albrecht's brother, Margrave Georg of Brandenburg-Ansbach, tried to persuade his uncle to accept this transformation. Eventually, Sigismund I agreed to this under the condition that Prussia would be a vassal to Poland, which was stipulated in the 8th of April 1525 Treaty of Krakow. Afterwards, the Prussian estates convened at Königsberg to pledge allegiance to the new Duke of Prussia, Albrecht of Hohenzollern. It was official. The obsolete monastic state of the Teutonic Order had given way to a new nation, the secular Duchy of Prussia. The new Duke of Prussia was very energetic in his policies. As the theocratic administration of the Teutonic Order was transformed into a secular government, reformation was promoted in Prussia. Thousands of Lutheran religious refugees, including foreign merchants and scholars, were welcomed into the country. Meanwhile, the lands and treasury taken from the Catholic Church in Prussia allowed the natal duchy to alleviate its difficult economic situation. Duke Albrecht was also known as a patron of science and arts. In 1529, he founded the so-called Silver Library in Königsberg, which was filled up with books given to him as gifts. Moreover, the publishing houses in Prussia, the operation of which was supported by Albrecht, were obliged to present one copy of each newly published book to the library. By the end of Duke Albrecht's life, the library possessed 9,000 books. Schools were opened in many Prussian towns, and serfs, many of whom chose the life of scholars, were freed from the yoke of medieval landlordism. Not to be outdone by his fellow European monarchs, Albrecht ordered the creation of a personal choir as well, several members of which were foreign musicians. In 1544, the Duke founded a university in Königsberg called the Collegium Albrechtinum. This was a prestige project for Albrecht, who was personally interested in inviting the brightest minds of Europe to work there. However, this university also caused troubles for Albrecht. In 1549, he invited the Lutheran theologian Andreas Osiander, the person who played a key role in his conversion, to a professorship in the Collegium Albrechtinum. By then, Osiander had begun promoting theological views contrary to Lutheranism. Therefore, his appointment and influence over Albrecht, who defended Osiander in theological disputes, caused significant discontent among the Prussian elite. Following Osiander's death, Johann Funk and his shady friend Paul Salik took up the roles of unofficial advisors and Grey Cardinals in the Duchy of Prussia, and profited handsomely from this affair. The discontent of the Prussian elite was so strong that they appealed to the Polish king Sigismund II, who sent a commission to investigate the actions of Funk and Salik. Funk was executed, while Salik narrowly escaped with his life by fleeing the country. Duke Albrecht's questionable friendships might have marred his legacy, but his important role in the establishment and early success of the Prussian state is beyond any doubt. However, the man had long had troubles in his personal life, as his first wife, a Danish princess, could not give him a male heir. His only son, Albrecht Friedrich, was born from his second marriage with the Duchess of Brunswick-Lüneburg, Anna Maria. Albrecht Friedrich became the new Duke of Prussia following his father's death, Albrecht of Hohenzollern, in 1568. Albrecht Friedrich's reign was troubled, as the autonomy and self-sufficiency Prussia had established during his father's reign was undermined by a period of foreign meddling in Prussian affairs. In 1569, the Polish king Sigismund II confirmed Albrecht Friedrich as the Duke of Prussia, but also installed the Elector of Brandenburg, Joachim II, who was also of the House of Hohenzollern, as co-heir to the duchy. It is said that Albrecht Friedrich started suffering from mental disorders a few years into his reign, perhaps due to the pressures of not governing independently and having to look over his shoulders for potential threats from his Hohenzollern kin. Because of his ailing mental state, in 1578, Polish King Stefan Batory appointed Albrecht Friedrich's cousin, the Margrave of Brandenburg-Ansbach, Georg Friedrich, to rule as regent in the duke's stead, despite the protests of the Prussian estates. This was arguably done to ensure Brandenburg's support for Poland in the ongoing Livonian War against Russia. Since Albrecht Friedrich did not have male heirs, the issue of the marriage of his oldest daughter Anna was significant for the future of the Duchy of Prussia. In 1594, Anna was married to the Prince Elector of the Margraviate of Brandenburg, John Sigismund, also from the House of Hohenzollern. The aim of Brandenburg was clear here. Since Albrecht Friedrich did not have male heirs, the reign over Prussia could potentially be passed to the husband of the oldest daughter of the Duke, thereby giving the Brandenburgs full control over Prussia. Following the death of the regent Georg Friedrich, John Sigismund's father, Joachim Friedrich, was appointed as the regent of Prussia, following his pledge to provide 30,000 gulden of payment to the Polish treasury annually. Thus, the Brandenburg grip over Prussia was getting increasingly stronger. Taking advantage of Albrecht Friedrich's troubled state, John Sigismund made the rights of Catholics and Protestants in Prussia equal under pressure from Catholic Poland. John Sigismund himself was a convert from Lutheranism to Calvinism and actively worked to convert others to Calvinism too. But the opposition from his wife Anna and the Prussian elite forced him to reconsider this. In 1618, Albrecht Friedrich died, leaving his 23-year-old grandson, Georg Wilhelm, born from the marriage of John Sigismund and Anna of Prussia, as the primary heir to the Duchy of Prussia and the Margraviate of Brandenburg. In 1621, Poland confirmed Georg Wilhelm's claim after the young duke personally paid homage to the Polish king. Following the death of his father, he inherited Brandenburg as well, paving the way for the establishment of the Brandenburg-Prussia Union. Brandenburg, in the early 17th century, was a relatively small, landlocked sovereign state formed around a certain small city known as Berlin. In the first quarter of the 17th century, Brandenburg managed to increase its possessions, as besides Prussia, Kleve, Mark and Ravensburg were also added to its territories. But these lands had no territorial, historical or religious congruence with one another, which was inevitably going to cause problems for Brandenburg when it came to asserting a centralized jurisdiction over all of them. Kleve was in the west of Germany, Prussia was in the east, and Brandenburg was territorially linked with neither of them. Along with that, there were legal nuances to Georg Wilhelm's reign, as while Brandenburg was a sovereign state, the Duchy of Prussia remained a Polish subject. This was a period of risk and opportunity for the Hohenzollern ruler of Brandenburg-Prussia. The 30 Years' War was just starting, and few could have predicted the sheer devastation that this upcoming war would wreak upon European lands, particularly Germany, where the majority of military actions of the 30 Years' War took place. Europe's terminal religious conflict was also going to transform the political map and dynamic of Europe, and Brandenburg-Prussia was going to take advantage of this. The 30 Years' War was a cataclysmic conflict between shifting European coalitions, caused by shifting political interests and the irreconcilable divide between Catholic and Protestant Christianity. This war was perhaps the single bloodiest in the history of pre-modern Europe, causing death on a catastrophic scale, particularly in Germany, where some regions were depopulated by as much as 38% of their pre-war population. Armies would plunder these regions while they were campaigning through them, levy heavy taxes on cities, and confiscate agricultural produce without compensating peasants. The Altmark and Württemberg regions took the worst hit, as hundreds of thousands of soldiers ravaged them, spreading destruction, despair, and diseases. Overall, it took decades for Europe to recover from this damage. Georg Wilhelm, Elector of Brandenburg and Duke of Prussia, faced tough choices during the war, doing his utmost to maintain his neutrality and preserve his lands from destruction. But Brandenburg-Prussia's fate was unfortunately tied to the powerful European states surrounding it. These included the Habsburg lands to the south, Saxony, originally a Habsburg ally, to the west, and Denmark and Sweden to the north. At the onset of the war, Brandenburg-Prussia was weak and did not have an army strong enough to protect its lands. Hence the territories of Georg Wilhelm, were unable to stop his domain from becoming a passageway for different foreign armies fighting in the war, causing an economic and social catastrophe. A century and a half later, the Prussian king, Friedrich II the Great, would write that the lands of his ancestors were desolated during the 30 Years' War, whose deadly imprint was so profound that its traces can still be discerned as I write. Throughout the war, Prussia attempted to appease both Catholics and Protestants. In the 1620s, Georg Wilhelm embarked on marriage diplomacy to ensure some protection for his lands from the Protestant powers, as he married off one of his sisters to the King of Sweden in 1620, and another to the Prince of Transylvania in 1626. At the same time, he mollified the Catholics by maintaining his fealty to the Holy Roman Emperor. However, this did not prevent either Catholics or Protestants from continuing to ravage his domain. In 1623, his lands in Mark and Ravensburg were used as the camp of the Catholic army under General Thiel, which was victorious in Stadtlohn against Protestant forces. In 1626, regions of Altmark and Prignitz in Brandenburg, Prussia, were plundered by the Palatine general Count Mansfeld and his Danish allies. The town of Nauen was destroyed, churches were torched and robbed, and villagers and city folk alike had their goods confiscated. Nevertheless, very soon the Danish Palatine forces were pushed out of Mark following the victory of the Catholic forces near Lutter am Barenberg in 1626, which occupied Altmark. Throughout all this, while foreign powers continued to run roughshod over Prussian lands, Prussia was unable to muster a meaningful military response. This was because the Brandenburg and Prussian elite was suspicious of Calvinist allegiances of their liege and was not interested in financing Georg Wilhelm, which would have allowed him to raise an army to protect his lands. While Brandenburg, Prussia was a single state on paper, in practice, the start of the 30 Years' War, lack of territorial link, and the different legal statuses of Brandenburg and Prussia made real integration very difficult in the beginning. Hence, Georg Wilhelm did not really have any power to defend his lands in Ducal Prussia. In May 1626, King Gustavus II Adolphus of Sweden landed 8,000 troops in the Prussian territory of Pillau to establish a base of operations against Prussia's sovereign, Poland. Gustavus II Adolphus swiftly occupied most of Prussia, and in September 1626, his armies defeated the Polish army at the Battle of Künegrätz. Only after receiving a support army from the Holy Roman Empire was Poland able to defeat the Swedes in the Battle of Szczecin, which pushed both sides to sign the Truce of Altmark. For Prussia, these terms were steep and humiliating. Sweden retained control of most of Livonia and kept most of the coastal cities of the Duchy of Prussia, while leaving the rest of the duchy in Polish hands. Sweden would also receive 2/3 of all shipping tolls from the Duchy of Prussia for 6 years. Since the policy of neutrality failed to protect his lands, Georg Wilhelm eventually decided to side with the Habsburgs in the 30 Years' War, hoping that their armies would protect the lands of Brandenburg, Prussia from plunder and destruction. On the 22nd of May 1626, Georg Wilhelm signed a treaty allowing the Catholic troops to move freely in his territories. Evidently, this did nothing to safeguard the Elector's lands and subjects, as the Imperial army, under the command of Count Wallenstein, continued exploiting the Prussian people, extracting provisions, lodgings, and taking payment for his troops from the people living in the occupied areas. Furthermore, the Edict of Restitution proclaimed by the Emperor Ferdinand II stipulated that he intended to reclaim all of the lands and possessions taken from the Catholics since 1552, which directly threatened some of Georg Wilhelm's lands. Thus, the Duke's gamble had backfired, for even the success of the Imperial army, his ostensible allies, could have been devastating for Brandenburg, Prussia. Despite this, the Protestant coalition was not a particularly positive option for Brandenburg, Prussia either. Sweden, which entered the war in Germany after securing the truce with Poland, was a direct threat to Georg Wilhelm, despite him being the brother-in-law of its king, Gustavus II Adolphus. In order to navigate through the threat Sweden posed, Saxony and Brandenburg initiated a coalition of North German states in 1631, under the name of the Colloquy of Leipzig. This North German coalition took on a stance of aggressive neutrality, vowing to raise an army of 40,000 to ensure that none of the sides would harm them. The colloquy also criticized the Edict of Restitution as a major cause of instability in the empire and called on the emperor to withdraw the edict. However, before the North German coalition could raise any army, the 13,000-strong Swedish army was already at their doorstep. As Sweden lacked any allies in Germany, it wanted to force several German states into a military alliance, including Brandenburg. With the Swedish army closing in on his borders, Georg Wilhelm went out of his way to persuade Gustavus II Adolphus to not force him into the alliance. The Swedish king's response to one of the Elector's envoys was as follows: "I don't want to know or hear anything about neutrality. The Elector has to be friend or foe. When I come to his borders, he must declare himself cold or hot. This is a fight between God and the devil. If my cousin wants to side with God, then he has to join me. If he prefers to side with the devil, then indeed he must fight me. There is no third way." After this, Gustavus entered Berlin with 1,000 armed men, with the aim of intimidating Georg Wilhelm into submission. The Swedish king also tried to sweeten the pill by promising to cede parts of Pomerania to Brandenburg, along with hinting at a marriage between his daughter and the Elector's son. This all happened during a time when Thiel's imperial army captured and plundered the Protestant city of Magdeburg, slaughtering its population. This shocked the northern Protestant princes, who now feared their cities would be next. Thus, out of fear, and in hopes of ensuring some security, Georg Wilhelm reluctantly agreed to side with Sweden. To that end, the Elector pledged to pay a monthly contribution of 30,000 thalers for the Swedish military endeavours, opening the fortresses of Spandau and Küstrin for the Swedish troops. This ultimately proved to be yet another bad gamble for Prussia. The balance of power during the 30 Years' War was ever capricious, and the death of King Gustavus II Adolphus in a cavalry melee in late 1632, followed by a major Swedish defeat at Nördlingen in 1634, gave the Habsburgs the initiative once more. But the imperial forces were exhausted as well, so Emperor Ferdinand II embarked on a diplomatic effort to drive a wedge between the German states and Sweden. In May 1635, Saxony, Bavaria, Brandenburg, and many other German states signed the Peace of Prague with the Holy Roman Empire. Some of the most draconic provisions of the Edict of Restitution were revoked, and a general amnesty was promised to the sides who fought against the emperor. Imperial troops would be sent to protect the German lands from foreign invasion, while the electors pledged to raise 25,000 troops in support of the Habsburg war effort. Prussia was thrown into a diplomatic nugget of its own when the emperor promised to support Brandenburg's claim to the Duchy of Pomerania. Thus, the Duke of Prussia switched sides once more. However, neither the poorly equipped Brandenburg army nor the token imperial support proved to be sufficient to drive the Swedes away from Pomerania and other German lands. Georg Wilhelm even fled Brandenburg following a subsequent Swedish invasion of the Mark. He moved to the Duchy of Prussia, where Sweden had returned all the occupied territories a few years earlier, based on the Polish-Swedish Treaty of Schönbrunn signed in 1635. In 1640, Georg Wilhelm died in Königsberg, having spent his reign trying, but largely failing, to maintain peace and stability in his realm. In 1648, the Treaty of Westphalia concluded the 30 Years' War. During postbellum negotiations, Brandenburg Prussia received eastern Pomerania and the bishoprics of Magdeburg, Halberstadt, and Minden. The war had utterly devastated social, political, and economic life in Germany, and it also ended Habsburg aspirations to unite the lands of the Holy Roman Empire, including Germany, into a centralized state. In this new political status quo of Central Europe, the great Elector of Brandenburg and the new Duke of Prussia, Friedrich Wilhelm, embarked on a path that would turn Brandenburg Prussia into one of the most formidable forces in Europe. Upon beginning his reign, one of Duke Friedrich Wilhelm's first moves was a series of reforms in 1653, which would turn the Prussian army into a central institution of the state. A standing army of 30,000 men, a staggering 3% of Prussia's total population, was formed, with recruits coming from all different parts of the state. Various military structures were established to ensure the army operated efficiently, both logistically and strategically, while schools specializing in training military officers were established. Along with military reforms, which played an important role in the rise of Brandenburg Prussia, Friedrich Wilhelm enacted a number of other policies aiming to centralize his power and strengthen the state under his reign. From the beginning of his tenure, he openly sided with Junkers, the landed nobility of Germany, confirming the rights of Brandenburg Junkers to have serfs in 1653. Friedrich Wilhelm continued the religious tolerance policy of his grandfather, and as such, tens of thousands of religious refugees came and settled in his lands. Lutherans, Calvinists, Catholics, and Jews were welcomed, as Friedrich Wilhelm understood that such immigration would help his state with establishment of new industries and businesses, hence additional taxation. Very soon, the power of the newly reformed Prussian army and the state would be put to the test on the battlefield, when in 1654, Sweden once again invaded Polish lands. Sweden offered Friedrich Wilhelm the chance to join their side, but the Duke was wary of Sweden's desires to take back control over the Prussian shore of the Baltic Sea. Ultimately, Friedrich Wilhelm's military reforms were unable to prevent the Swedes from overrunning both royal and ducal Prussias. This forced the Duke to reconsider Sweden's initial offer, and in 1656 he agreed to accept Swedish sovereignty over the Duchy of Prussia and join the Swedish war effort, in exchange for continued autonomy over the duchy and sovereign control over 4 provinces under the direct rule of Poland, which would allow Brandenburg and Prussia to unite in a territorially linked state. In July of 1656, Sweden defeated Poland near Warsaw, with the Brandenburg Prussian army playing a major role in this important victory. The Polish-Lithuanian army of King John II Casimir was composed of around 24,000 to 25,000 regular soldiers, 2,000 Tatars, and 10,000 to 13,000 troops from the noble levy, in all about 40,000 men, of which only 4,500 were infantry. After a disagreement between the king and Polish nobleman Stefan Czarniecki, who argued that the Poles should avoid open-pitched battle due to the superiority of Swedish firepower, John Casimir moved his army across the Vistula with the intent of marching up the river's right bank to attack the Swedish army camp. Czarniecki was dispatched with 2,000 horsemen up the left bank to deter a Swedish attack from that side of the river. Swedish King Charles X now seized the initiative. The 18,000-man allied army of Swedes and Brandenburgers contained 60 horse squadrons totaling 12,500 men and 15 infantry brigades, or 5,500 men. Thanks to the mobility of his army, Charles maneuvered the Allies down the right bank of the Vistula on July 28, 1656 for a frontal assault against the Poles, as most of the Polish infantry was entrenched along a narrow corridor of open terrain beside the riverbank. The first day of the Battle of Warsaw was mostly a light probing action, with both sides making contact and feeling out their lines. As Friedrich Wilhelm and Charles arrived on the battlefield that evening, they already sensed trouble. Their army had only a narrow combat space between the unfordable Vistula and the Białowęka forest to the northeast, too narrow to deploy a proper firing line. In front of them, the Poles had thrown up heavy earthwork and breastwork entrenchments, which effectively blocked the Swedish Brandenburg line of advance, forming a bottleneck that could be held for a long time, even with the Poles' light numbers. The two monarchs began planning their move for the next day's action. The plan that was formulated would later be claimed to have been envisioned both by Friedrich Wilhelm and Charles X. Unable to dislodge the firmly entrenched Poles, the two leaders opted for a bold and risky maneuver that was only possible thanks to their large number of cavalry squadrons on hand. In a complex redeployment, the Allied army wheeled left through the Białowęka forest in a great flank march which would move them around the Polish entrenchments and place them in the open field on the enemy right flank. The difficult maneuver would require the Swedish cavalry deployed on the right flank of the army's lines to countermarch to the left flank. Despite the intricacies of the plan, the boldness in their strategy lay in the element of surprise. On the morning of July 29th, Friedrich Wilhelm conducted a personal reconnaissance of the front, something unusual for a monarch to do themselves in that time period. The Elector took note of a hill, which he marked on the army's maps as the Colleen Hill, which overlooked the forest and offered a good vantage point to view the Allied marching route.
Before beginning their flank march, Friedrich Wilhelm ordered a mixed force of infantry and dragoons from his advance guard formation to capture the hill. When these orders were promptly carried out by his men, the Brandenburgers' artillery battery of 4-pounder guns was unlimbered atop the Colline Hill. The Poles soon noticed the enemy units on the Colline Hill and prepared to launch a counterattack. Although the Polish cavalry conducted repeated charges up the slopes of the hill, the Brandenburger infantry and artillery stood their ground and beat back each assault. With the Colline now firmly under control, Charles ordered the flank march to begin. Swedish cavalry drove into the forest, screening the advance of the infantry columns. Polish horsemen harassed the Swedes and Brandenburgers throughout their march in the dark woods, and Charles feared that their enemy would discover their intentions. Nevertheless, the Allies completed the maneuver and wheeled sharply to the right, placing themselves in position facing southwest towards the Vistula by 4 p.m. The Poles now began to realize the imminent danger of being outflanked, and they hastily redeployed their lines to the south. They launched several piecemeal and uncoordinated attacks against the Allied lines, with heavy fighting unfolding across the field throughout the evening. The high point of the second day's fighting occurred when 800 elite Polish hussars, possibly under Prince Alexander Pojobinski, launched a furious charge against the Swedish left flank, the most vulnerable point in the Allied formation. The hussars smashed into the Swedes, cutting through the first and second line of Swedish cavalry squadrons before being driven back by deadly fire from supporting companies of Brandenburger infantry. Fighting on the left was desperate, and some reports claimed that Charles himself engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the enemy in this endangered sector. Although the Polish hussars fought bravely and nearly succeeded in shattering the Allied left flank, without a follow-up attack by Polish reserve units, they were eventually defeated. Continued musket volleys from the Brandenburger foot companies and coordinated counterattacks by Swedish horse squadrons finally managed to push the hussars back with heavy losses, stabilizing the Allied line. The second day of the Battle of Warsaw ended in stalemate, with the Allies managing to hold their ground against repeated Polish counterattacks. Now Charles and Friedrich Wilhelm prepared for a final assault the next day. Once again, the Brandenburg Elector conducted a personal reconnaissance of the Polish lines at daybreak on July 30th. For the final attack, it would be the Brandenburgers who would lead the assault. Friedrich Wilhelm noticed a long sandy knoll to his front, which the Poles had fortified during the night. He immediately conjured up a plan of attack to break the Polish position. He would divide the Brandenburger forces. One group of infantry and artillery under Field Marshal Otto Christoph von Spar would launch a frontal attack against the Polish defences after an hour-long bombardment of the enemy lines, an unusual tactic for the time. He would then follow up the bombardment with a charge of pikemen to break through the Polish defensive works. While the enemy was fixed, engaging Spar's men in the centre, Friedrich Wilhelm would personally lead the Brandenburger cavalry on Spar's right and charge into the Poles' rear. The third day of the Battle of Warsaw unfolded exactly according to Friedrich Wilhelm's combined arms plan. Following the hour-long bombardment by Spar's artillery batteries, Brandenburger infantry battalions surged forward across the field and clashed with the Polish centre. The Elector, at the head of the Brandenburger horse squadrons, galloped onto the field and swept around the Polish flank, crashing into their rear positions. Assailed from the front and from behind, the Poles were quickly routed from the field. Having fought bravely for 3 days against overwhelming odds, they had suffered heavy casualties. Some Polish troops fled across the main bridge over the Vistula, while others ran for their lives, fleeing north and south. The rout of the Poles marked the end of the 3-day Battle of Warsaw. The Swedish Brandenburger army of Charles X and Friedrich Wilhelm had suffered an estimated 700 to 1,300 casualties in the battle, while the Poles lost around 2,000 to 4,000 men. The next day, July 31st, the Elector and King entered Warsaw.
But Poland was far from defeated, so to incentivize Brandenburg Prussia's continued active participation in the war, Sweden granted Friedrich Wilhelm full sovereignty over the Duchy of Prussia in the Treaty of Labiau, signed on the 20th of November 1656. This did not have the effect the Swedes desired. Realizing he was now critical to the balance of power in the war, Duke Friedrich cut ties with Sweden and switched sides. He agreed to join with Poland if the Polish crown would cede Ducal Prussia as a vassal state and relinquish it to Brandenburg, to which the Poles agreed. Friedrich Wilhelm played a masterful game, utilizing his leverage as a wild card in the Swedish-Polish conflict to ensure complete sovereignty over all his lands. This geopolitical change was recognized internationally following the signing of the Treaty of Oliva in 1660. However, not everyone was happy with the independence of Ducal Prussia from Poland. The Prussian estates, led by one of its leading members, Hieronymus Roth, rejected the direct rule of the Duke. The Prussian nobility feared that with the removal of a higher level of authority to appeal to should the Duke abuse his power, nothing stopped the Duke from curbing their traditional privileges. The Prussian estates argued that this transfer of sovereignty was illegal without their consent, and requested Poland to accept Prussia as its fiefdom once again. After trying to persuade the estates peacefully, eventually Friedrich Wilhelm resorted to force, and in 1662 arrived in Königsberg with 2,000 soldiers and arrested Roth. This basically ended any serious resistance to his power in Prussia. On the 18th of October 1663, the Prussian estates gave their oath to their new sovereign, Friedrich Wilhelm of Hohenzollern. After gaining complete sovereignty over his lands, Friedrich Wilhelm sought to gain new territorial acquisitions through warfare and diplomacy. In 1672, the Franco-Dutch War broke out, and at first, Friedrich Wilhelm sided with his Protestant ally, the Dutch Republic. However, following the French occupation of Cleves, Duke Friedrich decided to side with the French instead, in exchange for withdrawal from Cleves. This new alliance was also short-lived, as Brandenburg Prussia did the same when the Holy Roman Empire declared war on France.
When Sweden, France's ally, attacked Friedrich Wilhelm's territory, Prussia's army marched against them. The campaign culminating in the Battle of Sedan had started weeks earlier. On June 5th, the Brandenburg Prussians set out to meet the Swedish invasion threat. The experienced Field Marshal Georg von Derfflinger was placed in overall command of the Brandenburg Prussian army, while Friedrich Wilhelm travelled with the army's infantry. The army's march was divided into 3 columns. The left column was commanded by Duke Friedrich II of Hesse-Homburg, the centre by Field Marshal Derfflinger, and the right column by General Joachim Ernst von Godska. Despite having to advance through the dense Thuringian forest, barren of supplies after the devastation of the 30 Years' War, the Brandenburg Prussians' march was rapid and well coordinated, moving nearly 200 miles in 20 days. The army's generals had conducted the march in secret, so when the Brandenburgers reached their destination, the invading Swedes were taken completely by surprise. The locals cheered and celebrated as their Elector's army marched by. The Swedish army was dispersed along a 4-mile front along the Havel River from Havelberg to Alt-Brandenburg. The elderly Swedish Field Marshal Carl Gustaf Wraniel commanded in the north, while his stepbrother, Lieutenant General Valdemar von Wraniel, led the troops further south. To the rear of the Swedish position was a large swampland, which would provide a detrimental obstacle in the event of a withdrawal from their current lines. Brandenburger spies reported that the Swedes were completely unaware of Friedrich Wilhelm's army being so close, and had instead focused their forces into local garrisons to quell the peasant uprisings in the region. Using this knowledge to his advantage, the Elector devised a strategy to quickly seize the town of Rantenau, strategically situated between Havelberg and Alt-Brandenburg, thereby cutting the Swedish army in two and allowing him to defeat his enemies in detail. The plan depended entirely on speed and the element of surprise, so Friedrich Wilhelm advanced with just his cavalry and as much infantry as could be loaded into available wagons. Ultimately, the Elector's small strike force would amount to 6,000 horse and 1,200 foot. The remainder of the army would follow behind and reunite with the Elector's forces when possible. On June 25th, the Brandenburgers moved against Rantenau, pushing through muddy, waterlogged roads amidst a torrential downpour, and by midnight they reached the town's gates. Derfflinger, posing as the leader of a Swedish column returning from patrol, tricked the sentries into opening the gates, and the Brandenburgers surged through. The attackers stormed the town streets, catching most of the Swedish defenders sleeping in their beds. The confused garrison soon quickly surrendered, with the attack costing Friedrich Wilhelm just 15 men. The Wraniel brothers, upon receiving news of the surprise attack between their lines, erroneously believed the Brandenburger forces were much larger than they actually were, and instead of counterattacking and retaking the town, they decided to order a withdrawal. With everything falling into place according to plan, Friedrich Wilhelm ordered his cavalry under Derfflinger to cut off the Swedes' line of retreat. Derfflinger focused his efforts against Valdemar's forces moving east from Alt-Brandenburg to the town of Fehrbellin. Derflinger correctly predicted his enemy's route of march and raced to capture the town before the Swedes arrived. However, the Swedes had already passed them by, and it would be another column of 130 Brandenburger horsemen, led by Colonel Joachim Henning, that would end up speedily capturing the town. Upon reaching Fehrbellin, Henning's troopers set the town's lone bridge afire, blocking the Swedish escape route. But the bridge had only just started burning when the Swedes began to arrive early on the morning of June 28, 1675. Although the bridge was on fire, it was still intact, and Valdemar believed it needed only minor repairs before crossing. With marshes flanking his position, Valdemar knew the Brandenburger army was close, but he believed he still had time to get the bridge repaired before his foe arrived. Friedrich Wilhelm, knowing full well his enemy's intent, began moving the army towards Fehrbellin, confidently declaring, "We are so close to the enemy that he must lose his hair or his feathers." Colonel Henning and his band of horsemen were hiding in Fehrbellin with the hopes of delaying the Swedes as long as possible until the rest of the army came up to support them. They blocked all the exits in the area except for the smouldering bridge at Fehrbellin. Shortly after Valdemar's arrival, the lead elements of the Brandenburger cavalry contingent under Prince Friedrich II of Hesse-Homburg appeared before the town. The Elector gave orders to Prince Friedrich to await the arrival of the main body before engaging. But the impatient prince ordered an immediate attack on the Swedes' positions through the pouring rain. Prince Friedrich's cavalry was initially successful in its opening attack, pushing the Swedes back, before being halted by tenacious countercharges that soon blunted Prince Friedrich's attack. Around noon, Friedrich Wilhelm and Derflinger arrived with the rest of the Brandenburger cavalry, bringing their army strength up to 7,000 horsemen, which balanced the engagement against the 7,000 Swedes opposing them. Unlike the Elector, Valdemar's army contained infantry, giving him an edge over the Brandenburgers. However, instead of following up his morning success against Prince Friedrich, Valdemar ordered his troops to stand their ground, fully intent on crossing the bridge at any cost. Valdemar soon realized his error though, as Brandenburger cavalry began moving into position on the hills opposite the Swedish right flank. With the threat of being outflanked now apparent, Valdemar had no choice but to order an uphill attack. The Elector positioned his 13 newly arrived cannons atop the hill in preparation for the Swedish counterattack. The 38 guns of the Swedish army would be unable to assist in their comrades' uphill battle, as only 7 cannons were actually operable. Making matters worse for Valdemar, the Swedish left flank was blocked by marshes, limiting his striking power. The Brandenburger artillery soon opened fire on the Swedes, raining solid shot all around their positions and goading Valdemar into attacking. On the general's command, a dense line of Swedish infantry, followed close behind by their cavalry, marched uphill to begin their assault. Cannon fire tore through the Swedes' ranks, but they pressed on and burst into a mad charge upon the Brandenburger lines. For a moment, the battle's outcome was in doubt as a ferocious melee erupted on the hill. The Swedes reached the summit and managed to capture the Brandenburger guns, and it seemed as though the Elector's army was about to rout. Just then, Friedrich Wilhelm rode up to the front of his battle lines to rally the men, exclaiming, "Forward! Your prince and captain will conquer with you or die like a knight." In the din of battle, Friedrich Wilhelm suddenly found himself surrounded by Swedish troops. A group of 9 dragoons galloped up to their Elector's aid, slashing through the Swedish ranks and rescuing their lord. Friedrich Wilhelm's personal bravery had inspired and galvanized his men, and the Brandenburgers now vigorously counterattacked the Swedes, recapturing their guns and pressing down the hill in a thunderous charge. Their guns were put back into action, and the Brandenburger cavalry surged forward, slamming into the disordered Swedish right flank and sending it into flight towards Fehrbellin. Friedrich Wilhelm now ordered his cavalry to focus on the Swedish infantry, an attack which failed, as the Swedes held firmly to their position. The Elector called off any further pursuit, content to watch the remaining Swedish forces withdraw from the field, ending the Battle of Fehrbellin. Valdemar crossed the repaired bridge in good order, leaving behind 8 cannons. The Brandenburgers, exhausted from the intense battle, did not pursue. The Battle of Fehrbellin had cost the Brandenburgers around 500 men, while the Swedes had suffered slightly higher casualties, with more added to the list from incessant raids by the local peasantry. Both sides claimed victory after the battle, as Friedrich Wilhelm celebrated driving off the Swedes, and Valdemar insisted that his costly uphill charges had delayed the enemy and allowed the rest of his army to retreat in good order. Strategically, however, the Battle of Fehrbellin was a great Brandenburg-Prussian victory. For the first time in modern history, a relatively minor German state had dealt a stunning blow in battle against a great European power.
The Brandenburg-Prussian army continued its march and took most of Swedish Pomerania. At the end of this war, the peace treaty, signed in Nijmegen, basically nullified all territorial gains made by Friedrich Wilhelm. Still, nonetheless, his victories had earned the Prussian army a great deal of prestige, and the Duke himself earned the title of the Great. Friedrich Wilhelm died in 1688 in Potsdam, leaving behind a far stronger and more organized state than the one he had inherited. He was succeeded by his heir, Friedrich III of Brandenburg, otherwise known as Friedrich I of Prussia. Just like his father, the new leader of the Brandenburg-Prussian state had ambitions of his own, for he intended to turn his state into a kingdom and be crowned as a king. Just like his father, Friedrich III played the feuding powers of Europe off one another to achieve his goals. At the onset of his reign, a dispute over royal succession in Spain was going on between the French Bourbons and the Imperial Habsburgs. In exchange for Brandenburg-Prussia's military support and electoral support in the future elections of the empire, the Holy Roman Emperor Leopold I reluctantly agreed to recognize Friedrich III as a king, and persuade other states to do the same.
On the 18th of January 1701, Friedrich III of Brandenburg was crowned in Königsberg as Friedrich I, king in Prussia.
The stage was now set for Prussia to become one of the most powerful states in Europe.
Friedrich I, the first king in Prussia, paid a heavy price for the independence of his realm.
In return for his recognition as a king by the imperial crown, his troops had suffered considerable losses in the War of Spanish Succession. After this, however, Friedrich's reign was rather unremarkable. His cautious position during the Great Northern War, fought between Sweden and Russia, saved Prussia from suffering losses, but also prevented it from securing any major territorial gains.
One of the few major actions of the Great Northern War that the Prussian army played a large role in was the Battle of Strelsov in Swedish Pomerania. While the armies of the anti-Swedish coalition were besieging Stralsund, another expeditionary force of 11,000 foot and 3,500 horse was assembled to invade the island of Rügen, the only supply route still open to the besieged garrison of Stralsund. On November 11, 1715, the coalition fleet set sail from Eldena Bay and threatened a landing at Palma Ut. However, Swedish King Charles XII had assembled his forces there for the expected landing, and so the fleet diverted its operation to Strelsov on November 14th. Lightly held by just 20 dragoons, Strelsov easily fell to the Dano-Norwegian and Prussian amphibious force on the afternoon of the 14th. Once the town was in their hands, the coalition troops set out to build entrenchments and fortifications to protect their new encampment. By 9 p.m, the fortifications were complete, and artillery was emplaced, and cavalry squadrons now began to debark from the ships to join their infantry comrades ashore. Prussian Field Marshal Prince Leopold of Anhalt-Dessau assumed command of the fortified camp. Meanwhile, Charles XII reached the outskirts of Strelsov that evening with his cavalry, and after learning of the enemy's entrenchments, he prepared to storm the position. While waiting for their infantry and artillery to join them, the Swedish horsemen reconnoitred the coalition lines around Strelsov. He would have just 2,000 Swedes to pit against the 11,500 Dano-Norwegian and Prussian troops defending the entrenchments. Charles devised a plan of attack which he hoped would repeat his success at Narva 15 years earlier. He would focus his assault against a single point of the coalition defences, where the infantry would break through to allow cavalry to move in and join them for a final assault on the camp. But with just 2 foot battalions against the coalition force's 24, this would be a difficult mission. Just before 3 a.m. on November 15, 1715, the Swedish force was deployed and ready for the attack. The 2 infantry battalions formed into assault columns, followed behind by 20 horse squadrons arranged in a 2-squadron-wide line. Before the Swedes could rush the entrenchments, however, their movements were discovered by the forward coalition outposts, and they opened fire on the Swedish troops with musket fire and canister shot from the artillery. The Swedish infantry, without returning fire, pressed on with their attack, moving past the chevaux de frise and running into the enemy's forward trench before rushing up the earthworks. The Swedish attackers stormed the ramparts and managed to push back a Danish regiment holding the fortifications. The Danes, however, were not broken. and continued to pour a steady stream of fire into the advancing Swedes as they poured through the breach. A volley from 2 neighbouring Prussian regiments hit the Swedes on their flank and sent the Swedish infantrymen reeling back over the ramparts. The Dano-Norwegian and Prussian infantry regiments moved back towards the earthworks and continued firing devastating volleys into the Swedish ranks. Inside the camp, a worried Prussian general asked Prince Leopold for permission to march his regiments to the assistance of the Danes. The prince calmly replied, "The Danes have already wounded and thrown the enemy. Let them keep the ramparts and the glory." Instead, Prince Leopold sent forward the few Prussian and Saxon cavalry squadrons he had on hand to strike the Swedish flank. Sallying out from their defences, the 5 squadrons of Prussian and Saxon horsemen smashed into the enemy infantry lines, but the timely arrival of Swedish cavalry repulsed them. Despite being driven back, the Prussians and Saxons reformed their squadrons and launched a massive countercharge, which succeeded in throwing back the Swedish cavalry. Seeing the repulse of his infantry assault and his right flank threatened, Charles allegedly bellowed, "Is God not on my side anymore?" Just then, a bullet struck him in the chest and he became trapped under his horse after it was felled. Charles's staff rescued him and carried the king off the battlefield. Seeing that his army was defeated, Charles ordered his forces to fall back to the fortified camp at Altafar, where they could attempt to move in safety to Strelsen. Observing the Swedish retreat, Prince Leopold organized a pursuit to complete the conquest of the island and prevent as many Swedes as possible from retreating back to Strelsen. Brief yet sharp, the Battle of Strelsen was a major victory for the coalition forces, with the Prussians playing a key role in the Swedish defeat. The coalition had suffered around 250 casualties, while the Swedes lost 500 men killed, wounded or captured. The Prussians would continue to play a contributing, if relatively minor role in the rest of the Great Northern War.
Land acquisitions during his reign were minor, and his domain was still a scattered and territorially non-contiguous realm, splattered across northern Germany. Regardless of his political accomplishments, Friedrich's reign was a high point for Prussian high culture. The first king founded the University of Halle and the Berlin Academy of Sciences, and in general paid a great deal of attention to patronizing arts and sciences, turning Berlin into the Athens of the North. However, while the seminal monarch was intellectually enlightened, he was not fiscally responsible. A frivolous spender, he lived a lavish court life, emptying his kingdom's coffers in the process. When he died in 1712, he left his son, Friedrich Wilhelm I, an independent but economically weak kingdom, which was largely an afterthought in the power struggles of the great nations of Europe. Friedrich Wilhelm I was very different from his father, and was not interested in the grandeur and luxury of royal life. Demonstrating an admirable austere attitude towards rulership, he allowed the majority of his father's lavish quarters to be turned into governmental offices, and moved his household into a smaller area. Moreover, Friedrich Wilhelm dismissed his father's ministers, replacing them with people who were directly loyal to him. King Friedrich Wilhelm despised the massive influence that the high culture of France had over the aristocracy of Europe, and considered himself a real German.
As a byproduct of this, the second king in Prussia was skeptical towards the arts, and instead focused on improving and enlarging his army.
For his focus and love of everything military, he was called a Soldatenkönig, the soldier king. To strengthen his army, Friedrich Wilhelm I launched a number of changes to improve the financial state of Prussia and centralize its various state apparatuses. In 1717, the aristocracy was exempted from providing feudalistic military service in exchange for an annual tax which would enrich the state coffers. That same year, compulsory primary education was instituted throughout his domain. In 1722, Friedrich Wilhelm established the General Directorate, which was responsible for approving all plans for state financing, while all administration and policy decisions were centralized in the hands of the king. In his crusade to make his state as efficient as possible, Friedrich Wilhelm ran a tight ship. He expected the highest level of discipline and professionalism out of his state servants, and punished those who failed to live up to these standards harshly. For example, failure by a minister to attend a committee meeting would lead to loss of 6 months' salary. Overall, 35 chapters and 297 paragraphs for the strict regulation of state officials were adopted in a document which precisely demonstrated and divided duties among state servants. In doing all this, King Friedrich Wilhelm had essentially created a prototype of an efficient modern bureaucracy. These administrative reforms bore fruit extremely quickly, as they allowed for the extremely efficient collecting of taxes and allocation of funding, which doubled Prussia's state income by 1740. When considering how to enlarge his army, Friedrich Wilhelm was careful not to alienate the Prussian aristocracy by demanding they send him their peasants for military service, as that would deprive his most powerful ministers of the most productive workers who tilled their lands. Instead, Friedrich Wilhelm I used his newfound abundance of state money to hire officers and soldiers from abroad. By the end of his reign, Prussia had 80,000 equipped, housed and trained men, making it one of the most powerful armies in Europe, if not the most powerful. Overall, King Friedrich Wilhelm I was essentially an individual who turned Prussia into an efficient bureaucratic machine with a powerful army, the main traits by which the Prussian state is remembered to this day. Friedrich Wilhelm I was undoubtedly authoritarian in his governance and was extremely intolerant towards dissent and resistance to his decision-making. This heavy-handed attitude even infiltrated his own household, for his son, who would later be known as Friedrich II the Great, felt the ire of his father more than anybody. Since his childhood, the heir to the Prussian throne was interested in music, philosophy and literature, and was fascinated with French culture. Friedrich Wilhelm I considered all these interests of his son as frivolous nonsense, which would prevent him from growing up as a strong and willful Prussian leader. As such, Friedrich the Younger was often subject to beatings and humiliation by his father, which are reflected in some of Friedrich's letters to his mother, whose lamenting contents drip with despair and anger. To compound upon what was already a troubled childhood, rumors about the younger Friedrich's sexuality soon began to spread due to his close friendship with his father's page, Peter Karl Christoph von Keith. Predictably, King Friedrich Wilhelm I had von Keith sent away from the court. After being beaten by his father once again, Friedrich decided to flee to England with his friend Hans Hermann von Katter, a young Prussian officer. The king found out about this and ordered both his son and his friend to be arrested on charges of desertion. The military tribunal sentenced von Katter to life imprisonment, while refusing to judge over the Crown Prince Friedrich. Friedrich Wilhelm was extremely angry with this and personally ensured that von Katter received the death penalty, then forcing his son to watch the execution of his close friend. For a while, Friedrich the Younger was detained in Küstrin fortress without any books but the Bible. Only after receiving a written pledge to follow his father's will in everything was he released. Soon, the Crown Prince was married to Elizabeth Christine of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel against his will. This marriage was unhappy and childless, and during almost the entirety of Friedrich II's later reign as king, they lived separately. King Friedrich Wilhelm I died in 1740. The territorial expansion of Prussia was modest in his period, with the most notable acquisition being Stettin, an important port on the Baltic Sea. But his greatest legacy for Prussia was a powerful army, a well-organized bureaucracy, and coffers full of money. Thus, when Friedrich II, later known as the Great, replaced his abusive father on the throne, the stage was set for Prussia to become the powerhouse of continental Europe. As mentioned previously, Friedrich II's character was very different from his father's, for unlike his utilitarian and Spartiate father, he enjoyed art, literature, architecture, and philosophy. A few months before he became the King of Prussia, he even wrote a critique of Machiavelli's The Prince, called the Anti-Machiavel, which he published anonymously under a pseudonym. In this piece, Friedrich argued that kings should be concerned about improving the lives of their people, instead of defeating their neighbors and increasing the number of their subjects. Throughout his reign, Friedrich II wrote about history and philosophy, and he was undoubtedly an enlightened man, appreciating beautiful things. However, in an ironic twist, he would end up imposing many Machiavellian policies during his reign, and pursuing many wars of territorial expansion to boot. Just like his father, Friedrich was a disciplined and austere person. He would wake up before dawn and had a very strict and repetitive schedule, which, apart from allocating some time to focus on higher learning, allowed him to rigorously work on strengthening his state and his army. This is best demonstrated in Friedrich II's letters to his friend, the famous French philosopher Voltaire, to whom the king expressed his wishes to increase the power of the state by 16 battalions and 5 squadrons of hussars, while also building new academies and simultaneously ensuring storages of grain sufficient for a year and a half in each of the country's provinces to prevent famine. In December 1740, the Austrian Emperor Charles VI died and was succeeded by his daughter Maria Theresa. This sparked a controversy over the right of women to inherit such positions, which evolved into an excuse for various European nations to challenge the dominance the Imperial Habsburg family held over Central Europe. 2 months after Emperor Charles's death, Friedrich II seized upon a geopolitical climate ripe for war to test the might of his army in real battle. Crossing the Silesian frontier, he started the War of the Austrian Succession, a conflict which more or less all of the great powers of Europe would end up joining in on. Within 7 weeks, the Prussian army overran Silesia, one of the richest provinces of the Holy Roman Empire, while the Habsburg army, busy fighting the French, Bavarians, and other powers on other fronts, was unable to effectively respond. In April 1741, the first important battle between Prussia and Austria took place at Mollwitz. Initially, the Austrians were prevailing, and Friedrich II was forced to flee the battlefield to avoid being captured. Nevertheless, the Prussian army, particularly its infantry, persevered and managed to defeat the imperial army. Although his army had been victorious, Friedrich II's flight from the battlefield had left him humiliated. However, he managed to draw lessons from this emasculation and doggedly continued his campaign. The Prussian army pursued the Austrians in Bohemia and defeated the imperial army once again in May 1742 at the Battle of Chatutsitz. When Prussia's Franco-Bavarian allies captured Prague, Austria was forced to ask for peace. The Treaty of Breslau between Prussia and Austria concluded that the majority of Silesia would become a Prussian territory. With its land gains secured, Prussia dropped out of the War of Austrian Succession. However, 2 years later, Friedrich rejoined the war amidst a concern that Austria was recovering from its losses and preparing for military operations to retake Silesia. Once again, Friedrich II crossed the border with his army and marched them towards Prague, taking it in September 1744 after a short siege. Around this time, Saxony, initially a Prussian ally, switched to the Habsburg side. This created a problem for Friedrich, who was now forced to fight on 2 different fronts. Soon, he was forced to withdraw from Bohemia, for the approaching winter was going to make it difficult to supply and provision his army. Making matters worse for Prussia, another one of its key allies, Bavaria, left the war, while France, although still a combatant, was pretty much inactive. Austria attempted to take advantage of Prussia's difficulties.
At the Battle of Hohenfriedberg on June 4, 1745, King Friedrich's Prussian army numbered about 58,000 men in 69-foot battalions and 149 horse squadrons, along with 192 cannon. Opposing him was the 56,000-strong Austro-Saxon army of Charles Prince of Lorraine and Saxon Field Marshal Johann Adolf II, Duke of Saxe-Weissenfels, organized into 43 battalions and 135 squadrons, assisted by a 20,000-man Saxon artillery corps in 18 battalions and 29 squadrons, in all about 76,400 men and 121 cannon. Determined to destroy the Prince of Lorraine's army on the fields between Striegau and Hohenfriedberg, Friedrich ordered before dusk on June 3rd that Lieutenant General Peter Dumoulin take an advance guard consisting of Major General Karl von Winterfeld's 6 grenadier battalions and 4 12-pounder guns 1.5 miles north of Ritterberg to Striegauer Fuchsberg, the hill just southwest of Breiteberg. Upon this hill, Dumoulin was to deploy his advance guard from column to line and await the cover of darkness until dawn to assault the Saxons at Pilgrimshain as part of the Prussians' general advance towards Hohenfriedberg. Major General Friedrich Wilhelm von Stiller, meanwhile, would remain behind at the Ritterberg with a dragoon regiment and wait for the main Prussian body marching up to unite with them. He would then assume command of a cavalry brigade. Once across the creek, the main body would deploy to Dumoulin's left between Striegauer-Fuchsberg and Striegauer-Wasser, where they would face the Austrians encamped 3 miles to the west between Ronstock and Guntersdorf. As the ground was undulating and it was dark, it was hoped that the Austrians would not see the Prussian movement, and Friedrich insisted on strict light and noise discipline. As Dumoulin's forces approached the southern slopes of Striegauer-Fuchsberg at dawn, however, they noticed their hussar patrol posted there was retreating in their direction under pursuit by some Polish lancers from the Saxon general Georg Sigismund von Schlichting's command. Recognizing the importance of capturing the heights, Dumoulin launched an attack, ordering his cavalry squadrons around the right through the suburb of Graben to attack the enemy horsemen atop the Striegauer-Fuchsberg from the north, while his grenadier battalions under von Winterfeld charged straight up the hill from the south. Faced with this sudden and unexpected attack, von Schlichting withdrew his men to Pilgrimsheim, and Dumoulin emplaced his artillery battery of 4 12-pounders atop the heights, thereby blocking the roads into Striegau from the west. Once the entire Prussian army was up and formed into a line of battle, at around 2 a.m. on June 4th, Friedrich issued his battle orders. They were short, crisp, and precise. The army would immediately march to the right and cross the Striegauer-Wasser, with the Prussian cavalry facing the enemy left wing in battle order towards Pilgrimsheim. Dumoulin's troops would cover the right wing, with the right-wing infantry deploying next to the right-wing cavalry opposite the Ronstock woods. The left-wing cavalry would then advance, leaning against the Striegauer-Wasser and keeping the town of Striegau to its rear. 10 dragoon squadrons and 20 hussar squadrons would act as a reserve behind the middle of the second line, ready for use atop Ritterberg. Behind each cavalry wing would stand a hussar regiment as a third line, to cover the cavalry's flanks and rear in open terrain, or to pursue the enemy. Friedrich planned to launch a heavy-handed cavalry charge against the enemy lines, and after defeating and dispersing the Austro-Saxon cavalry, his squadrons would reverse and fall upon the flank and rear of the enemy's infantry. The Prussian infantry, meanwhile, would advance against the enemy at the quick step with bayonet only, with orders to fire only after reaching a distance of 150 paces from the enemy lines. Any nearby villages found vacant of Austrian or Saxon troops were to be occupied with all haste for use in a general flank attack. With the king's orders received, the Prussian artillery crossed the wooden bridge spanning the Striegauer-Wasser at Teichau, while the cavalry and infantry of the army's second line marched north across the knee-deep creek and then through the defile between Ritterberg and Graben, the former of which was still held by von Stille's dragoons. While Friedrich's first line marched to the left, closer to Ritterberg, led by a cavalry division, Field Marshal Christoph Wilhelm von Kalkstein's second line, headed by von Stille's cavalry, moved to the right, closer to Graben. From there, they were to quickly make their way about 1.5 miles to the north, to link up with Dumoulin's advance guard that was supposed to be at Striegauer-Fuchsberg. Noise discipline was strictly enforced to avoid alerting the enemy. Kalkstein's second line consisted of 2 infantry divisions and 2 cavalry brigades. The former 2 were commanded by Lieutenant Generals Graf Friedrich Wunibald Trukes du Weltberg and Baron de la Motte Fouquet, while Major Generals Ludwig von Stiller and Leopold von Gessler led the latter cavalry brigades. Friedrich's first line contained 3 infantry divisions and 2 divisions of cavalry, while the first-line infantry was commanded by Field Marshal Crown Prince Leopold von Anhalt-Dessau, General of Infantry Friedrich von Jitzer, and Lieutenant General Markgraf Karl von Brandenburg. The cavalry brigades on the flank were led by Lieutenant Generals Friedrich von Rottenberg and Ernst von Nassau, with overall command of the formation's cavalry falling to Field Marshal Wilhelm Dietrich von Buddenbrock. Opposing the Prussian army, the Austro-Saxon army's lines were arrayed with Weissenfeld's Saxon forces holding the left flank and the Austrians holding the right wing. The Saxons' corps on the left wing was organized into 2 lines of infantry and cavalry, the first line led by General of Cavalry Friedrich Augustus Rotowski, and the second line commanded by Lieutenant General Johann von Jasmund. The Austrian first line was led by the Prince of Lorraine himself, while Field Marshal Freiherr Sigmund von Tüngen commanded the second line. Soon after dawn, a Saxon artillery battery atop Windmill Hill to the west of Pilgrimsheim opened fire on Dumoulin's advance guard at Grabener Fuchsberg. Fearing this was the beginning of a Saxon attack, and that he was about to be flanked from the north, Dumoulin made the bold decision to abandon Grabener Fuchsberg and march further north into the area between Pilgrimsheim and Breiterberg in order to hold the Saxons long enough until elements of the main body arrived to support him. Led by the hussars, Von Winterfeldt's brigade of grenadiers and 15 small battalion guns, plus the 4 12-pounders, double-quicked to the north, using a thin patch of pines between Gravelotte and Breiteberg to cover their advance. Once through the pines and onto the plain between the two towns, Dumoulin deployed his cavalry to the right, his grenadiers to the left, and the 12-pounder battery behind them upon a spur of Breiteberg, all facing west. Amazed that the Saxons appeared surprised, as they were still encamped around the village and were only now rushing up to form battle lines, Dumoulin ordered an attack before the Saxons could fully form ranks. His men marched in columns toward the right, passing through the pines, before falling directly on the Saxon left flank. Dumoulin's grenadiers rushed from column into line and fired withering platoon volleys into the Saxon left as his artillery hammered their front, soon routing the broken enemy ranks. Understanding that he now needed more men on the right to fill the open gap formed by Dumoulin's new position, Friedrich directed his 6 24-pounders, the heaviest guns in his army, to Gravelotte to cover the deployment of his main body. He next ordered von Kalkstein to personally lead 10 battalions from the second line to reinforce Dumoulin's men, while instructing Markgraf Karl to command the second line in von Kalkstein's absence. However, there was a snag in his orders when the adjutant sent it to Markgraf Karl. He apparently misunderstood the order, instead instructing him to reinforce the second line with the first line standing on the far end of the left wing. Now, instead of simply turning his division over to a subordinate and taking command of the second line in Kalkstein's absence, Markgraf Karl ordered his first line division on the far end of the left wing to turn right towards Striegau, thus leaving a giant gap in the Prussian formation between Güntersdorf and Thomasfeldau. The adept king quickly noticed the mistake and rectified the situation before his enemies could take advantage of the gap. As Markgraf returned to his original position, von Kalkstein marched north to Dumoulin with 8 battalions and deployed to the left of von Winterfeldt's grenadiers, who were headed straight for the Saxons at Pilgrimshain. Seeing the Saxon and Austrian cavalry to his front in the space between Pilgrimshain and the Ronstock woods, Field Marshal von Buddenbrock ordered Rottenburg and von Stiller to attack the enemy with their cavalry. Together with Dumoulin's troops, Buddenbrock's 3 waves of cavalry smashed into the Saxons in their front and routed them by 6:30 am, inflicting hundreds of casualties. The Saxon cavalry had been so badly mauled that they retreated through Pilgrimshain and Eisdorf and then into the Great Defile of Bernchen, where they were unable to join the rest of the army until the next morning. With a giant hole now punched through the Austro-Saxon battle line between Ronstock Woods and Pilgrimshain, Prince Leopold led his infantry into the breach against Ratovski's first line, positioned in the swampy Ronstock Woods. Leveling a few concentrated volleys and charging home with the bayonet, Prince Leopold's forces drove their opponents through the woods, across the shallow ponds, up over the causeway into von Jasmund's second line. The Saxon generals rallied some of their battalions and placed them on a hill in a hook-shaped formation to cover their retreat around Bernchen. But the already victorious Prussian right-wing cavalry appeared on its flank, while the Prussian infantry stepped out of the woods and proceeded to attack. Von Kalkstein joined with his own command and soon overwhelmed the Saxons. Realizing they were overpowered, the Saxons retreated. In total, 21 Prussian battalions blasted through the Saxons and a few of their Austrian allies at the steady beat of the Grenadiers' march. The Saxons suffered 25% casualties in the 2 miles between Pilgrimshain and Güntersdorf. Out of 20,000 effectives, the Saxons had incurred 4,964 casualties. With the Saxons now completely driven from the field, Friedrich could now turn his attention to the Prince of Lorraine forces that held the line from Güntersdorf in the north to Thomasfeldau in the south. Anchoring Field Marshal von Tungen's left flank at the village of Güntersdorf were 7 Austrian grenadier battalions who barricaded the town. As the Prussian infantry advanced west of Gravelotte, covered by their 24-pounder artillery planted atop its height, their brigades became somewhat intermixed and disordered. They soon frontally attacked Güntersdorf and the grenadiers defending it. The contest for Güntersdorf would become the bloodiest part of the battle, with heavy losses incurred on both sides in the fight for the town. As the Prussian infantry exchanged vicious volleys with von Tungen's brigades of Austrians across the mile-and-a-half between Güntersdorf and Thomasfeldau, most of the cavalry on the left wing and the reserve, commanded by Lieutenant General von Nassau and Major General Hans-Joachim von Zieten, smashed into an Austrian cavalry attack attempting to turn Friedrich's left flank. A ferocious cavalry brawl ensued as the Austrians attempted to turn Friedrich's left flank. More Prussian cavalry squadrons rushed onto the scene to reinforce their beleaguered comrades, and soon the Austrian horsemen were defeated and driven from the field. The final blow to the Prince of Lorraine's army came when Major General von Gessler, commanding the very last of Friedrich's cavalry reserves atop Ritterberg, noticed that the Prussian and Austrian infantry formations to his front in the plain below were in disorder due to horrendous losses. Taking the initiative, von Gessler ordered the last unit of his brigade, the 10-squadron-strong Dragoon Regiment No. 5, known as the Beirut Dragoons, led by Colonel Otto Martin von Schwerin, to attack. Led by von Gessler himself, the Beirut Dragoons trotted down the hill in 3 columns, rode through a gap in the line that was made between 2 Austrian regiments, and then plunged headlong into the enemy formation. Ploughing through the disordered ranks of the Austrian regiments, the emboldened dragoons slashed their way through the enemy infantry, surrounding or cutting down a large part of the Austrian second line. Prussian infantry followed in the troopers' wake, and they surged across the casualty-strewn field, finishing the job at the points of their bayonets, killing or capturing hundreds more dazed and dispirited Austrians. The incredible charge of the Beirut Dragoons broke through or enveloped 21 enemy infantry battalions, killed or captured several thousand, and in conjunction with the advancing infantry, seized 66 Austrian battle flags, 7 standards, 2 pairs of kettle drums, and 60 cannon. Thoroughly defeated, the Prince of Lorraine ordered parts of his once proud army, not yet surrounded by the Prussians, to retreat into Moravia as fast as they could, including the Saxon corps that was nearing Schweidnitz. The Battle of Hohenfriedberg was a decisive victory for the Prussian army. Out of 76,000 men, the Austro-Saxon army had lost some 15,239 men, more than half of whom were captured, and 66 valuable cannon. In contrast, Friedrich's army lost just 6,000 men in total. Well planned and well executed, the Battle of Hohenfriedberg was, in essence, the perfect battle, and would help to cement King Friedrich II's legacy and the reputation of his vaunted Prussian army.
Having dealt with the Austrians, Friedrich turned his attention towards the Saxonian capital, Dresden, where the Saxon army was preparing to march on his capital of Berlin. But even before he arrived, another Prussian army defeated the Saxons at the Battle of Kesselsdorf, which led to the occupation of Dresden and capitulation of Saxony. This was followed with the Treaty of Dresden, signed on the 25th of December 1745, according to which Austria reaffirmed its acknowledgement of the loss of Silesia to Prussia, while Friedrich II recognized Francis I as the Holy Roman Emperor. Through his cunning and decisive actions in the War of Austrian Succession, Friedrich II had won a resounding victory for his nation, put Prussia on the political map as one of the most powerful countries in Europe, and established it as the most powerful hegemon of the German world. For all this, he received the moniker of the Great, the title by which he is remembered to this day. After securing his territorial gains at the expense of Maria Theresa's Austrian Empire, Friedrich the Great continued preparing his victorious army for inevitable future conflict. He knew that the Habsburgs were not going to accept the loss of Silesia laying down, and would soon seek revenge against the Prussians, whom they had looked down upon as irrelevant provincials for so long. Indeed, it soon became evident that Austria was preparing diplomatically for a new conflict, as it was forging alliances with France, Russia, and Saxony. In response, Friedrich signed the Treaty of Westminster with Britain, a kingdom with whom he had mutual enemies. King George II of Britain was also the Elector of Hanover, a domain he wanted to protect from a potential French threat. Prussia pledged to defend Hanover from any such threat, while Britain agreed to support Prussia in a potential continental European conflict against the Habsburgs. This process was called the Diplomatic Revolution, due to its significant transformation of the European diplomatic and geopolitical scene. Sure enough, by 1756, these two massive alliance blocs had erupted into open warfare against one another, in a hopelessly complex conflict known as the 7 Years' War. While the 7 Years' War would see fighting break out in British and French colonies from Canada to India, Prussia's theatre in the war was exclusively that of continental Europe, and focused principally on its rivalry with Austria. Friedrich II knew that the total manpower of Prussia, both economically and militarily, was weaker in comparison with Austria and its allies, and understood that when conflict inevitably reignited, his best chance at victory would come if he struck first. In 1756, the Prussian king invaded Saxony, with an aim to remove it from the war right from the beginning and absorb its manpower and resources for Prussia's military benefit. The Saxonian army was completely unprepared for this lightning strike, and Friedrich II quickly took Leipzig and Dresden. With the Saxonian army encircled, Friedrich left part of his army in Pirna to keep them hemmed in, while he himself moved to meet the Austrian relief army in the plains of Bohemia. There, the Prussians were met with the fierce resistance of the Austrian army at Lobositz, and midway through the battle, Friedrich II left the battlefield, leaving command to his generals. By the end of the night there was a deadlock, but the Austrian army retreated on the following day, allowing Friedrich II to claim victory. The encircled Saxonian army was left with no option but to surrender, and Friedrich II added the Saxonian armed forces into his military. By spring of 1757, Friedrich II's army had swelled to over 200,000 men. In the spring of 1757, Friedrich II marched on Bohemia. Despite defeating the Austrian army in the Battle of Prague, the Prussians were unable to capture Prague and were later defeated by another Austrian army in the Battle of Kolin, losing more than 10,000 men. This was Old Fritz's first major military defeat, and it had major geopolitical consequences, for now France, Russia and Sweden smelled blood in the water and were threatening Prussia. Before long, the Prussian army was forced to withdraw to Silesia. To make matters worse, a British army under the command of Duke Cumberland was defeated by the French in the Battle of Hastenbeck, prompting Duke Cumberland to disband the remainder of his army following its evisceration. Following this, Hanover and Hessen were overrun by the French. Simultaneously, the Russian army under Field Marshal Apraxin invaded East Prussia, defeated a smaller group of the Prussian army in the Battle of Gross-Jägersdorf, captured Memel, and besieged Königsberg. Meanwhile, the Swedish army landed in Pomerania and began plundering it. Overall, the Prussian army was left alone and outnumbered against numerous foes, closing in on all fronts. At one point in mid-October of 1757, the Austrian army even entered the outskirts of Berlin, threatening Friedrich II's capital. However, even when the situation seemed most dire, Prussian military ingenuity allowed Friedrich's nation to snatch victory from the jaws of overwhelming defeat. The Franco-Imperial attack plan for the Battle of Rossbach was relatively simple. They would conduct a turning movement against Friedrich's left flank, with 3 large columns marching east for Zeugfeld, screened by the corps of Claude Louis Comte de Saint-Germain positioned along the Schortau Heights. By going towards Zeugfeld, it would appear as though the Allies were attempting to escape the Prussian army. They would then execute a left-wheeling maneuver that would bring them up against the Prussian left rear. The Allied army for the coming battle, led by French Marshal Charles Prince of Soubise and Imperial Field Marshal Prince Joseph of Saxe-Hildburghausen, contained 62-foot battalions, 48 French and 14 Imperial, and 82 horse squadrons, of which 40 were French and 42 were Imperial. Accompanying the army were 114 cannon, bringing the army to a total strength of approximately 41,100 men. Opposing the Allied army was King Friedrich's Prussian army of 22,000 men, organized into 27 battalions and 45 squadrons, along with 79 cannon. The Prussians were at a distinct disadvantage in numbers compared to their Franco-Imperial counterparts. Encountering numerous delays and confusion inherent with such unwieldy formations, which unintentionally led to the creation of a 4th column, the Allies finally set their army into motion around 11:30 am on November 5, 1757. Reaching Zeugfeld in the early afternoon, they conducted their left wheel and began marching over a wide open ridge leading past the Prussian left. King Friedrich had been observing the flurry of enemy activity in the Allied camp since early that morning from the roof of his headquarters at Herrenhaus on the southern edge of Rossbach. To Friedrich, it appeared that the Allied columns were moving towards Zeugfeld and away from his army, and so he decided to take lunch with his staff. He ordered Captain Friedrich Wilhelm Gaudy, one of his staff adjutants, to continue observing the enemy movements. Captain Gaudy soon spotted the Allied columns turning at Zeugfeld and heading east towards Pettstedt. Some speculative sources claim that, in a great deal of excitement, the captain raced downstairs to inform the king. At first, Friedrich dismissed the report as merely alarmist, but he later climbed up to the roof and saw with his own eyes that Captain Gaudy's observations were correct. The Allies were attempting to turn his army's left flank. Friedrich watched his enemy's movements for a few minutes, then quickly gave the order to set his own army in motion.
By 12:15 p.m., the Prussian army was underway. The king had already conceived his battle plan while observing the Allied army's movements and the surrounding terrain. The Prussian army would move to cut off the Allies' advance, using the low ground of Janus Hill as concealment, screening their march. They would then move northeast to give the impression of a general retreat, then make a wide swing southwards, then turn west to bring themselves in front of the Allied columns, thereby cutting off the enemy advance and attacking them while still on the march. Leaving Prince Ferdinand with the right wing of his army to conduct a demonstration in front of their original position, the king ordered two lines of his army to quarter-wheel leftwards and form into marching columns. Major General Friedrich Wilhelm von Seydlitz was given command of the Prussian vanguard with 38 squadrons. Von Seydlitz's troops were ordered by Friedrich to drive off the French cavalry vanguard leading the Allied columns, then attack their infantry before they could form into lines of battle. Because speed was of absolute necessity, Friedrich ordered von Seydlitz's cavalry to move out at once. At 3 p.m., von Seydlitz's vanguard set off, moving through the hollows around Janus Hill to screen their movement. The general formed his cavalry regiments into two-rank-deep lines to extend their frontage, marching by the left by squadrons in the direction of Klein-Kena. The Prussian infantry followed not far behind, racing at the double-quick pace, while the Prussian heavy artillery, under Colonel Karl von Moller, marched to the right of the head of the 1st Infantry line. Content in their belief that Friedrich was retreating after spotting the apparent sudden departure of the Prussian army, the Allies attempted to speed up their march, unaware that the Prussians were in fact moving parallel to them and would soon approach at a juncture. The Allied marching formation was cumbersome, and the tightly packed Franco-Imperial columns made maneuvering difficult, slowing their advance down significantly. As the terrain was far too rugged and uneven to maintain a cohesive marching formation, the Allies were forced to break off and reform their ranks as they moved. The Prussians reached a position behind Janus Hill, their columns moving forward until Friedrich's army reached a suitable attack position, slightly beyond the eastward extension of the hill. As the Prussian infantry moved to within a few hundred paces of the sunken road near Großkaina, Friedrich ordered Colonel von Moller to unlimber his battery of 18 heavy guns on the summit of Janus Hill. At approximately 3:15 p.m., as the head of the Franco-Imperial cavalry was to the north of Reichertswerben, von Moller's heavy battery thundered into action atop the hill, marking the start of the Battle of Rossbeck. General von Seydlitz, having formed his squadrons into lines, continued moving forward in a tight formation, until halting at a suitable attack position just beyond the eastward extent of Janus Hill. In his first line were 15 squadrons of heavy cuirassiers and dragoons, while his second line comprised 18 squadrons of cuirassiers, covered on their left flank by 5 squadrons of hussars. Opposing von Seydlitz's troopers were the 33 squadrons of the Allied advance guard. Positioning his horsemen in a suitable attack position behind a low ridge between Janus and Pilsen hills, von Seydlitz watched patiently as the Franco-Imperial cavalry began climbing up the southern slopes of the two hills. At 3:30 p.m., just when the enemy troopers were within 1,000 paces of von Seydlitz's formation, the Prussian cavalier sensed the opportune moment. Ordering his trumpets to blare "Marsch, Marsch," von Seydlitz threw his tobacco pipe over his shoulder as the signal to charge, and his 15 squadrons in the first line thundered forward and descended upon the enemy, smashing head-first into their exposed column formation. The Allied cavalrymen were taken completely by surprise, with only 2 regiments having time to form ranks before the Prussians hammered into their line. The Duke of Vergera, commanding the Austrian Bredlach Cuirassier Regiment, raised his sword in a salute to von Seydlitz, a gesture which was returned by the general. Vergera then threw his regiment into a charge. The 2 opposing lines of horsemen became locked in a deadly contest of slashing sabres and falling riders. Despite being caught off guard, the Allied cavalry's numbers allowed them to withstand the Prussian attack. 24 French cavalry squadrons under the Duc de Broglie rode forward at 3:45 and surged into the heated melee to assist their beleaguered German comrades. Von Seydlitz now ordered his 2nd cavalry line to join the battle, and the timing was perfect. 18 Prussian cuirassier squadrons, supported by 5 hussar squadrons, galloped forward and caught the mass of German troopers and their French reinforcements in a double flank attack. The added weight of the renewed Prussian charge began forcing back the disordered mass of Allied cavalry. Pressed on 3 sides, the 57 Allied squadrons broke and fled at 4 p.m, hurrying back to join their infantry support. Rather than pursue the defeated enemy horsemen, von Seydlitz halted and rallied his squadrons, well aware that the battle was far from over and that his men would be needed again before the day was finished. The general moved his squadrons southeast of Reikartswerben, to a hollow between Tagewerben and Stockau on the Allied right flank, where he reformed his lines and awaited the next opportunity to strike a blow. Around the same time that von Seydlitz had been forming his cavalry for the initial attack at the Jannis and Pilsen hills, Friedrich, then at Lundstedt, had given orders for his infantry to form up into a line of battle. Prince Ferdinand of Brunswick, commanding the army's right wing, directed his attention to Saint-Germain's and von Lauden's corps, and in the event they attempted a crossing of the Lehe, he posted a few battalions there. Friedrich refused his infantry right wing and centre lines to conceal them behind the hill. Around 4 p.m, as von Seydlitz's cavalry battle finished, the Prussian infantry crossed the ridge of Jannis Hill and, in echelon of battalions by the left, were rapidly moving south. The king's objective was the town of Reikartswerben, but the village was 600 paces away, and the space between his infantry and the Allied columns was closing fast. Expecting the action to open at any moment, and not having enough time to reach Reikartswerben, Friedrich ordered Field Marshal James Keith with all 5 battalions of the second line to hurry forward and reach the village while the rest of the army wheeled right into line. Keith's battalions raced to Reikartswerben and formed into line in front of the village. The Prussian army was now arrayed in a sort of dog-legged pattern facing southwest. Moller's battery had by now moved off Jannis Hill and unlimbered behind the angle of the line. Advancing across the plain at the base of the ridge, the Allied columns rapidly converged on Friedrich's unorthodox army arrangement. 2 combined grenadier battalions were ordered by the king to move to the army's far left and half-wheel to the right once the Allied columns entered the Prussian angle, thereby forming a hook that could enfilade the Allied right flank with deadly fire. The lead Franco-Imperial regiments tried to form into a single line of battle to face the Prussian infantry to their direct front, but with limited time and spacing, a firing line was unable to form, instead deploying into a ragged, disordered formation as best as could be arrayed against the Prussians. The Prussian infantry lines withheld their fire until the enemy was within 40 paces of them. The lead Allied battalions were then met by a devastating salvo of platoon volleys and cannon fire from von Moller's heavy battery. This massive discharge of firepower shredded the front ranks of the Allied formation and threw their columns into disorder. Prussian infantry battalions focused their combined fire, in conjunction with von Moller's battery, against the Franco-Imperial units to their front, decimating the enemy's ranks. Sweeping fire from their front and right flank inflicted heavy casualties on the Franco-Imperial regiments. Unable to advance or form ranks against the Prussians' withering fire, the lead Allied battalions halted, with the columns pressing up into them from behind. Attempts to deploy to their left to evade the devastating flanking fire only added to the confusion, and the farther left the mass of Allied infantry attempted to move, the more they became outflanked on their right. The French had positioned an 8-gun battery at the bottom of the ridge, which attempted to join the contest, but the cannons fired their rounds upward and had minimal effect. Observing the infantry action from the hollow between Tagewerben and Stockau, Major General von Seydlitz saw his moment and ordered his cavalry squadrons to launch a mass charge against the Allied right flank. Shattering the French cavalry screen, Seydlitz's troopers sliced through them and surged into the mass of confused Allied infantry beyond. The Prussian cavalry charge was too much, and the Allied columns dissolved into a panicked mob. The Prussian cavalry hacked through the French and Imperial infantry without mercy. By 4:30 p.m, the Battle of Rossbach was over. The Allied army lost more in the pursuit by the Prussian cavalry than they had during the battle itself. The Allies fled in disorder to Pettstedt, where the reserve units of Saint-Germain and Leuthen, having moved south to cover the route, managed to hold off the Prussians long enough for the shattered army to escape to relative safety. During the Battle of Rossbach, the Allied army suffered a total of 10,152 casualties, with the Imperial army losing 3,552 men, 21 standards, and 71 cannon. The French army had suffered 6,600 casualties, of which 11 were generals. In contrast, King Friedrich's Prussian army had lost only 169 men killed and 300 wounded. The Battle of Rossbach had been a great and decisive victory for the Prussian army. Although the winter campaign of 1757 was still not over, as Friedrich had to contend with the Austrian threat in Silesia, the Prussian victory at Rossbach was one of great strategic importance to Friedrich's cause in the 7 Years' War. the Prussian cavalry had performed magnificently in the battle, proving that Friedrich's vigorous training and reforms during the period between the War of the Austrian Succession and the 7 Years' War had paid off. Rossbach was arguably Friedrich's greatest strategic masterpiece during the 7 Years' War. With the Franco-Imperial threat to the west eliminated, the king could now turn his efforts to defeating the Austrians in Silesia, which would culminate in his greatest tactical victory, the Battle of Leuthen, on December 5, 1757. Meanwhile, logistical problems prevented the Russian army from marching further into Prussian territory, which allowed the Prussians to turn their attention to the Swedes in Pomerania.
This reversal of fortunes prompted King George II of Britain to reorganize the Army of Hanover, which helped bolster the protection of Prussian lands from the French threat. In 1758, Friedrich II concentrated his efforts on defeating the Austrians in Silesia and Bohemia, but he was soon forced to leave his army there in order to assume command of the Prussian army on the Baltic front, where the Russians had invaded Königsberg and Pilau and besieged Küstrin in Pomerania. On the 13th of August 1758, King Friedrich engaged with the Russian army, but the result of the bloody Battle of Zorndorf was inconclusive and its casualties heavy, with Prussia losing as many as 13,000 men. Such losses were a significant blow for Prussia, for as previously mentioned, the nation was lacking in manpower when compared to its Austrian and Russian foes. Because of this, Friedrich II was now forced to engage in a largely defensive war. A decisive victory of the Austrian-Russian army at the Battle of Kunersdorf in August 1759, where Friedrich II himself was almost killed, was a massive blow to the King of Prussia, and arguably the worst defeat of his distinguished military career. Following this trouncing, Friedrich fell into a deep depression, and in a letter to Count Fink von Finkenstein, he hinted at abdication. Before long, the Austrian army had captured Saxony. Meanwhile, Friedrich struggled to replenish his ranks. To that end, 60,000 new men were recruited from across Germany, but these conscripts made for poor soldiery when compared to the disciplined and mighty Prussian army, the majority of which had been lost in the prolonged war. Day by day, the odds became increasingly stacked against Friedrich, and Prussian victories at Liegnitz and Torgau were insufficient to turn the fortunes in this war. By October 1760, the Allied army even briefly occupied Berlin, which was another significant blow on Friedrich II the Great's prestige. At the time when probably all hope was lost for the Prussians, a miracle came from an absolutely unexpected place. In early 1762, the Russian Empress Elizabeth died, and the German-born Peter III came to power as her successor. To use layman's terms, Tsar Peter was a fanboy. An avowed Prussophile, he idolized Friedrich II, and almost immediately withdrew the Russian army from the war, which shifted the balance of power in favor of Prussia once again. Because of this, Friedrich II was able to regain the initiative, retaking Silesia from Austria and forcing the Habsburgs to agree to the Treaty of Hubertsburg in 1763, which restored the pre-war status quo. Prussia lost 260,000 men in the 7 Years' War, a huge casualty count for a country with a relatively small population, one which was made especially more damning given that Prussia did not gain any territories in the conflict. However, against all odds, especially towards the latter period of the war, Friedrich II the Great also managed to not lose anything, albeit largely due to an unexpected Russian withdrawal. The 7 Years' War once again confirmed the position of Prussia among the most powerful European states, and brought immense prestige to Friedrich II due to his victories on the battlefield, very often against opponents who enjoyed numerical advantage over his armies. The remainder of Friedrich II the Great's reign was largely peaceful, and it is here that we should discuss how he handled the civil administration of his realm. When it came to domestic statecraft, Friedrich II the Great was the epitome of an enlightened absolutist and an authoritarian. He ruled Prussia with an iron fist and was not particularly tolerant of dissent. However, at the same time, he understood the importance of education and treated his subjects relatively well by the standards of an authoritarian dictatorship. Friedrich also wanted to follow in the footsteps of some of his predecessors by maintaining Berlin as one of the cultural centers of Europe. In the late 1740s, Friedrich II the Great ordered construction of a great palace in Potsdam named Sanssouci, a French word for carefree. This was a place where the intellectual and cultural elite of Europe would gather and discuss philosophy and arts with the king. Voltaire, arguably the leading European intellectual of his time, resided in Prussia for a while, where his main job was entertaining Friedrich II with discussion and editing Friedrich II's poems. This idyllic relationship between king and philosopher would not last, for eventually Voltaire got fed up with this job and complained to one of the fellow intellectuals of the Sanssouci, who informed on him to the Prussian king. Friedrich II was very angry and wanted to punish Voltaire, but sensing trouble, Voltaire fled Prussia before he could be caught. In terms of its religious landscape, the Prussia of Friedrich II was relatively tolerant for its age. Old Fritz was probably an atheist, which might have been the reason for his tolerance towards people of different religions. While Friedrich II expressed strong anti-Semitic sentiments in his writings, he was more tolerant towards Jews than other German leaders, and Jewish communities lived largely in peace in Prussia. Following suppression of the Jesuit order by the Catholic Church, Friedrich allowed them to work as teachers in his lands, recognizing their educational skills. In general, Friedrich understood that immigration was a boon to his nation's relatively small workforce. Therefore, he encouraged the migration of peoples of different nationalities and confessions into his country, which attracted skillful laborers, increasing his country's tax revenue. This was especially needed after the huge manpower losses in the 7 Years' War. Throughout his reign, Friedrich II welcomed about 300,000 immigrants to Prussia, and about 1,000 new villages were built to settle them, especially in less populated areas. In the theatre of land development, Friedrich was very proactive, embarking on a campaign to drain Prussia's Oderbruck marshland. Consequently, 150,000 acres of new farmland was created as a result of this campaign, and thousands of farmers were resettled to work these new lands, with canals being constructed to bring water to these new farmlands. Overall, this process brought a huge economic benefit to Prussia. It should, however, be noted that this land development campaign caused significant environmental damage, as the draining of the swamps led to the destruction of much of Oderbruck's biodiversity. During Friedrich's reign, new crops from the New World, such as the potato, were brought to Prussia. This initially caused intense skepticism from Prussian farmers. For instance, the town of Kolberg officially replied to Friedrich II's order to grow potatoes as follows: "The things have neither smell nor taste, not even the dogs will eat them, so what use are they to us?" However, much like in many other countries, potatoes soon became an incredibly popular and efficient crop. Its ease of cultivation became very important during times of turmoil, such as during the 7 Years' War, when potatoes allowed many peasants to survive despite the devastation of their lands. For his introduction of this new miracle crop and his insistence on its use, Friedrich II earned yet another moniker, der Kartoffelkönig, the Potato King. In addition to all his aforementioned projects to bolster Prussia's economy, Friedrich II stimulated the prosperity of his realm by lowering internal tax duties, building canals to encourage trade, enacting protective tariffs, and encouraging the manufacture of products for export. Following the destructive 7 Years' War, the king ordered grain and horses from the army storages to be shared with peasants to improve their situation. All of these steps helped Prussia to prosper and continue to have an army which was disproportionately large compared to the overall population of the nation. Legislatively, Friedrich the Great was an aspiring innovator. Throughout his reign, he centralized the judicial system of Prussia and enacted judicial reforms prohibiting torture and ensuring civic rights, particularly right to property. However, he could not modernize every aspect of Prussian law, for archaic remnants of the feudal system, such as serfdom, survived. This was because Friedrich did not want any conflict with the Prussian Junkers, the powerful landowners whose wealth derived from serf labor. Nevertheless, Friedrich's vigorous legal reforms added another element to his larger-than-life status among his people, and birthed a legend which, while most likely is fabricated, is amusing enough to retell. According to this story, titled The Miller of Sanssouci, there was a mill near the royal palace of Sanssouci, the clatter of which irritated Friedrich. To rid himself of the noise, the king offered to buy the land on which the mill stood. The miller, however, refused to sell, and even the threats of the king to confiscate the land without paying anything for it were not enough to persuade him, as according to the legend he said, "Of course, your majesty could easily do that if, begging your pardon, it were not for the Supreme Court in Berlin." While it is only a legend, it demonstrates the public perception around Friedrich's progressive reforms and how much stock the king put in the principled rule of law. While domestically Friedrich II the Great's reign was peaceful and prosperous, Prussia's relationship with her neighbouring states was anything but, and towards the end of his reign, Friedrich's ruthless and Machiavellian diplomacy would reach its zenith. By the late 18th century, the Kingdom of Poland, once the temporal overlord of the Prussian people, was a weak country, as far away as it could be from its previous glory. Foreign powers regularly meddled in Poland's internal affairs, while the local aristocratic elite was hostile to any change which might lead to a decrease of their independence, uninterested in losing their privileges, even if it was for the good of their country. These factors prevented any kind of reform of governance in Poland, and left it at the mercy of great European powers. For a while, the great powers were content to have Poland as a buffer country, but Friedrich II the Great had other intentions. He wanted to take over Royal Prussia, which was still technically under Polish jurisdiction, and more importantly, unite his territorially scattered lands. Soon, Prussia and Russia had entered into negotiations, and after a few years of persuasion, were able to bring Austria to the table as well. On the 2nd of August 1772, a treaty between these three countries was signed in St. Petersburg. In this treaty, these three states declared the annexation of various Polish districts. This was the first Polish partition, which led to the loss of about 1/4 of Poland's territories. Prussia annexed most of Royal Prussia, and at last Prussia's territories became linked. On the 17th of August 1786, Friedrich II the Great died at Sanssouci at the age of 74, leaving behind a Prussian state which was far larger, more prosperous, and richer than the one he inherited. Old Fritz presided over a period of great territorial expansion, administrative and legal reform, and cultural development. Having sired no true-born sons, Frederick the Great was succeeded by his nephew, Friedrich Wilhelm II. In both temperament and his aptitude for statecraft, Friedrich Wilhelm II was the complete opposite of his uncle. While he had a certain popularity among the masses for easing the tax system, continuing the patronage of the arts, and increasing the emphasis of German language and culture over French, he was nevertheless widely considered to be a bad ruler. Friedrich Wilhelm II was a big spender who loved the lavish life of a European monarch, a lifestyle which very quickly emptied the Prussian treasury, undoing all the work Friedrich Wilhelm I and Friedrich the Great had done to bolster the Prussian economy. Another one of Wilhelm II's detractions was that, unlike his predecessors, he was not particularly interested in military affairs. As one can imagine, this was a huge problem for a state like Prussia, whose professional army was the backbone of the state. By all accounts, Friedrich Wilhelm II was not a good ruler for Prussia to have during one of the single biggest transformational events of European history. On the 5th of May 1789, the French Revolution began. Very soon, the revolutionaries took control of France and toppled the regime of King Louis XVI. These developments caused widespread panic within other monarchs of Europe, who were concerned that revolutionary ideas of France would start spreading throughout their realms, thereby threatening their own absolutist regimes. Inversely, the leaders of revolutionary France were on edge about the eventuality that the great powers of Europe would conspire to crush their natal regime. To that end, they declared a preliminary war on Austria and launched an ill-fated offensive on Austrian-ruled Belgium. This prompted Prussia and Austria to enter into a coalition against the revolutionaries with an aim to defeat them and put the deposed royal family of France back on the throne. in the summer of 1792, a huge army consisting of 80,000 Prussians and 68,000 Austrians gathered in Koblenz under the command of the Duke of Brunswick. This coalition did not see the French revolutionaries as a threat to their highly skilled, professionally trained troops, and felt confident of a quick and decisive victory. On the 25th of July, the coalition forces started their march on France. This expedition began strongly, with the Prussians and Austrians taking several important fortresses in France. However, their pace was relatively slow, and moreover, their declaration of intent in restoring the deposed Louis XVI back to the French throne had caused widespread turmoil in Paris as revolutionaries seized said erstwhile king and arrested him to prevent that from happening. After the Paris uprising, the French army started turning into a truly national force, with thousands joining it under the shared goal of defending their revolutionary motherland. In September of 1792, the progress of the coalition army was stopped at Valmy, in a battle which boosted French morale significantly. Following the battle at Valmy, a newly elected French assembly officially voted for dissolution of their moribund monarchy and proclaimed France to be a republic. The fortunes of the war were turning as the French armies occupied Belgium and several German cities along the River Rhine. Encouraged by these victories, the French revolutionaries issued a decree on the 19th of November 1792, where they stated their intent to spread the revolution further. Before long, Friedrich Wilhelm II found his military ambitions hamstrung. A series of defeats on the battlefield and the outbreak of disease had ground his army to a halt. Moreover, contact with the French had resulted in a spread of revolutionary ideas in the Prussian camp, which posed a dangerous threat to the Prussian king standing with his own men. All this forced Friedrich Wilhelm II to sue for a truce, which was rejected by the French. Moreover, to add insult to injury, the once king Louis XVI was finally executed by guillotine on the 21st of September 1792, dashing away any Prussian hopes of restoring him to the throne. On the 5th of April 1795, the Peace of Basel was signed between France and Prussia, with the Rhine River recognized as a natural border between the French and Germanic peoples. France, however, was not the only country whose revolutionary movement threatened Prussia. On the 3rd of May 1791, a new constitution was adopted by the Polish Sejm, which sought to establish a constitutional monarchy in Poland. For a while now, Russia, Prussia and Austria had been active in preventing any reforms in the Polish state, with an aim to continue their domination over the country. Thus they saw the Poles' most recent ambitions as a threat to their interest. Subsequently, a war between Russia and Poland broke out, which, despite the bravery of the Polish patriots who fought in the conflict, resulted in a Russian victory. On the 23rd of January 1793, Prussia and Russia agreed on a second partition of Poland, wherein Prussia received 58,000 square kilometers of Polish lands, including Danzig, Thorn, Poznan and Bydgoszcz. Another attempt of the Poles to regain their lands and establish a truly independent reign over Poland under a leader named Kosciuszko led to their eventual defeat by the Prussian and Russian armies by late 1794. What followed was the third partition of Poland, which saw Poland wiped off the face of the map entirely, with Prussia receiving the northern and western portion of the now defunct country, which centuries earlier had once been its feudal overlord. Despite all its territorial gains in the east at the expense of an eviscerated Poland, Prussia still faced a serious threat to the west, as in France, a Corsican man who had once been a humble artillery officer had taken up the mantle of the troubled nation. By the time Napoleon Bonaparte came to power in France, Friedrich Wilhelm II had died and the Prussian throne passed to his son, Friedrich Wilhelm III. The new Prussian monarch had good intentions and seemed to genuinely want to improve the lot of his people and enact reforms necessary to maintain Prussia's status as one of the most powerful European states. However, unlike his great-uncle, he lacked the skills to do it. Contemporaries note him as a shy and indecisive person, whose power in his own court was often undermined by the influence of his own wife, Queen Louise. Despite this, the initial part of his reign began smoothly enough, as he managed to remain neutral in the early years of the Napoleonic Wars, while much of Europe was being bathed in fire and blood. Initially, Friedrich Wilhelm III maintained amiable relations with Napoleon, and was the first of the monarchs among the great powers to recognize Old Boney's new empire in France. Moreover, maintaining a policy of strict neutrality, Prussia did not join the second or third coalitions against France. However, the Prussian king's efforts to spare his nation the horrors of war would soon be undermined, for a war party led by Queen Louise in Berlin was actively working to push the Prussian king to join the war effort and side with Austria, Russia and Britain against Napoleon. This war party soon gained significant sway over Wilhelm, who despite his neutrality was not happy to see his historical rival of France becoming so powerful. Soon, clandestine work was being carried out to forge a close alliance between Prussia and Russia. On the 3rd of November 1805, Tsar Alexander I of Russia and King Friedrich Wilhelm III of Prussia secretly signed the Treaty of Potsdam. The terms of the treaty stipulated that Prussia would join the Third Coalition and provide 180,000 men towards the war effort, but only if Napoleon refused to agree to peace within 4 weeks of the departure of a Prussian envoy to meet him. It is said that during the Tsar's visit to Wilhelm's capital, both monarchs shared a very touching moment when they pledged eternal friendship to each other in front of Friedrich II the Great's tomb. This eternal friendship would last less than a month. For mere weeks after the signing of Potsdam, the situation changed dramatically. Napoleon's magnificent victory at Austerlitz on the 2nd of December 1805 veered the balance of power in the war wildly in France's favour. Napoleon's enemies were in disarray, and for Prussia, the potential risk in honouring their treaty with Russia now far outweighed any potential gains. Thus, the Prussians made a remarkable U-turn, abandoning the Treaty of Potsdam, instead taking steps to solidify their earlier arrangements with Napoleon. However, in what would become a diplomatic sting, it turned out that Napoleon was aware of the Treaty of Potsdam despite its secret nature. Nevertheless, Napoleon stated that he would magnanimously overlook the treachery of the Prussian court and once again accept Prussia as his ally if in return Prussia would turn against France's main rival, Britain. In exchange, France was ready to accept the annexation of Hanover by Prussia, although the regions of Ansbach, Cleves and Berg were ceded in favour of France and Bavaria. Prussia had to accept these terms, which would be stipulated in the Treaty of Schönbrunn on the 15th of December 1805. Thereafter, Prussia began blockading British ships from using its harbours. The Treaty of Schönbrunn would ultimately prove no more final than the Treaty of Potsdam had been, and Prussia's international flip-flopping would soon continue. Back in Berlin, the war party led by Queen Louise was constantly pushing King Wilhelm to act against France in the interest of preserving the security of Prussia's absolute monarchy. Indeed, while the dictator Napoleon was a far cry from the republican values touted in the French Revolution, he was still enacting drastic civil transformations both in France proper and the territories he had conquered, and as a result, the old order of European absolutism was being shaken. Thus, it was only a matter of time before Prussia was going to act against Napoleon, but when it ultimately did, the timing was strange to say the least. The odds were hardly stacked in Prussia's favour. By the end of 1805, most of Germany had become the Confederation of the Rhine, a puppet state of France. Austria was in disarray following the crushing defeats of the Third Coalition, and Russia was recovering from the huge losses of the previous campaign. Thus, when Friedrich Wilhelm III decided to go to war, he did so virtually without any outside support, save for some aid from Saxony, which was far from the strongest state in Europe. The hostilities started in the fall of 1806. The Grand Army was still in Germany at the time, but quickly turned around to meet the Prussian forces.
On the morning of October 14, 1806, the battlefield of Jena was shrouded in a thick fog, hampering Napoleon's final reconnaissance efforts. By dawn, around 40,000 French troops of the Emperor's Grand Armée, supported by 70 cannon, were massed on the Landgrafenberg Heights and the surrounding area, ready to advance against the Prussian army forces of Charles William Ferdinand, Duke of Brunswick. Brunswick's command, facing the Grand Armée, numbered about 38,000 men and 120 cannon. Many of the Prussian battalions were under strength, and desertion had become a major problem during the campaign. The Prussian soldiers were hungry, tired, and their morale had ebbed to its lowest level due to the fear and indecision in the army's command, apparent to every soldier in the ranks. The Battle of Jena began at 6 a.m. as the French Army Corps of Marshals Jean de Dieu-Soult, Jean Lannes, and Charles-Pierre Augereau drove off Major General Bogislav Friedrich Emanuel von Tauentzien's left flank corps to widen the French bridgehead to the west bank of the Saale, making room for the deployment of the fast-approaching French reinforcements. The infantry divisions of Louis-Gabriel Suchet and Honoré Theodore-Maxime Gazan in Lannes' 5th Corps, assisted by 28 guns, assaulted von Tauentzien's battalions in a confused close-quarter battle amidst the fog. Suchet's division was able to make headway, while Gazan's men were repulsed in their attack. The Prussians launched a vigorous counterattack, which was defeated by the delivery of point-blank canister fire from the French artillery guns. Repulsed in their counterattack, von Tauentzien's corps fell back to the village of Vierenheiligen, where the Prussian general rallied 5,000 men and launched another fierce counterattack against the rapidly pursuing French divisions. The Prussians' stubborn and violent countercharge forced back the French and even managed to split their lines in two, north and south of Vierenheiligen. However, von Tauentzien did not press his advantage, instead turning his men about and marching off to the west, due to the dual threat posed by Marshal Soult's 4th Corps and Augereau's 7th Corps to their left and right flanks respectively. Fearing that his route to Weimar had been cut off, von Tauentzien withdrew to the northwest to rejoin the main Prussian body under Friedrich Ludwig, Prince of Hohenlohe-Ingelfingen. The time was now 10 a.m. 4 hours had passed since the opening of the battle, and thanks to the unnecessary withdrawal of von Tauentzien's corps, Napoleon had succeeded in gaining the ground needed to deploy his ever-growing Grande Armée. With the Prussian advance guard beaten back, Napoleon ordered a pause in his center and left lines in order to give time to properly deploy his newly arrived units. Despite this, combat continued on the army's right flank, between Soult's 4th Corps and Lieutenant General Friedrich Jakob von Holzendorf's brigade of 5,000 men attacking west from Dornberg. Just after 10 o'clock, von Holzendorf's forward line of light skirmishers engaged Soult's 1st Division, led by General Louis-Vincent-Joseph de Bon-Saint-Hilaire, while the rest of the brigade formed their infantry and cavalry, supported by 22 guns, for an attack. Saint-Hilaire, rather than waiting for the impending Prussian assault, took the initiative and ordered his division forward from their concealed positions on a reverse slope, attacking von Holzendorf's brigade on its exposed left flank. The Prussians retreated in an orderly manner, the cavalry covering their withdrawal off the field. However, the French cavalry managed to break through the cavalry screen and succeeded in destroying one of the retreating Prussian columns, capturing 400 men and 6 cannon. The Prussian infantry rallied around their general behind the village of Nöckwitz and prepared for another effort against the French. Just when they were prepared to move out, von Holzendorf's men were suddenly set upon by a second infantry attack on their left flank, while the French cavalry charged the brigade's front. This combined attack finally routed the brigade, which fled to Apolda 7 miles north of Jena. By 11:30 a.m., this second phase of the battle was over. Saint-Hilaire's division was soon called up to respond to a crisis in the army's center. Prince Hohenlohe had begun to realize around 9 a.m. that he was not facing off against a French flank detachment, but rather Napoleon's entire Grande Armée. He realized now that his own flanks needed to be strengthened to avoid being turned by the Emperor's forces, and so sent orders to General Ernst von Ruckel at Weimar to join the main body with his corps. Instructions were issued to von Tauentzien to withdraw his shattered command to the rear of Hohenlohe's position and reorganize, while 3 full Saxon brigades from General Hans Gottlob von Zeschwitz's division were positioned on the Weimar road to keep that avenue open. The rest of the Prussian infantry, along with one of Zeschwitz's Saxon brigades, was sent eastward under Lieutenant General Julius von Grevert to retake the French positions on the plateau near the Landgrafenberg Heights. General von Grevert's command approached the French positions piecemeal, with the Saxon brigade moving towards the west bank of the Mühlberg stream, followed by cavalry and horse artillery, and the Prussian infantry bringing up the formation's rear. By 11:30 a.m., 11 Prussian battalions were facing off against Marshal Lannes's 5th Corps. before any action could occur in this sector, combat broke out to the south of Viersenheiligen. There, an advance guard of 2 light cavalry regiments and 5 infantry battalions from Marshal Ney's 6th Corps moved between Lannes' left and Augereau's right to attack a strongly emplaced Prussian artillery battery. Marshal Ney had grown impatient during the morning as he waited for the rest of his corps to form up, and so had proceeded with this impromptu assault without orders. This bold and unauthorized attack was successfully carried out, as the Prussian gunners fled their cannons before contact was even made with the charging Frenchmen. As a result, 45 squadrons of Prussian cavalry near Viersenheiligen that were preparing to charge Lannes' corps were forced to beat a rapid retreat. Although Ney's advance guard had captured the guns without loss, he and his troops were now exposed in a vulnerable position, lacking support on both flanks from either Lannes or Augereau, thus inviting a Prussian counterattack. While the Prussian horse squadrons rallied and prepared to conduct a charge to retake their lost battery, Ney formed his infantry battalions into squares, with his cavalry squadrons formed on the infantry's flanks to support them. The marshal's position was nevertheless a precarious one, isolated from the rest of the army and vulnerable to a possibly devastating Prussian counterattack. Seeing this dire situation, Napoleon dispatched 2 cavalry regiments, his only remaining mounted reserve force, since Marshal Joachim Murat's reserve cavalry had yet to reach the field, to help Ney beat back the Prussian horsemen. The Emperor also ordered Lannes to command his men through Viersenheiligen to link up with Ney's advance guard, as Augereau's corps formed into battle lines to the rear of Ney's position. These moves helped relieve the pressure of Ney's men, but it also brought Lannes' troops into contact with Gravelottes' force, which successfully drove back the French corps. Lacking support from Lannes, Ney was forced to pull back towards the main line. Hohenlohe's staff, sensing a real opportunity to regain the ground lost that morning to the French, urged the prince to launch a concentrated attack against Viersenheiligen. To their stunned surprise, however, he instead ordered Gravelottes' force to halt its advance and await reinforcements from Rückel's corps marching from Weimar. For the next 2 hours, General von Gravelottes' force, numbering approximately 10 to 12,000 men, including attached Saxon units, stood idle in formation as they awaited reinforcements, exposing their lines to well-sighted and ranged French artillery batteries which showered round shot into the Prussian ranks, inflicting heavy casualties. As the time neared noon, Lannes attempted to break the stalemate on the field by conducting a coordinated frontal charge and flank attack on Hohenlohe's left. Lannes' troops were initially successful, but newly arrived Saxon cavalry from Lieutenant General von Koschitzky's brigade threw the French back. At the same time, Hohenlohe's right flank was engaged by Ney and a division of Lannes' corps, which succeeded in cutting the road to Weimar and isolating the Saxon brigades of von Zettwitz's division from Hohenlohe's main line. Hohenlohe now committed his last reserve forces to fill the gap between his right flank and centre. At 1 p.m, Napoleon committed the full weight of his 60,000 men, now engaged on the field or in reserve, and sent the Grande Armée into a general advance against the Prussian lines. Hohenlohe's left would be assailed by Saint-Hilaire's 1st Division of the 4th Corps, his right flank assaulted by Augereau's 7th Corps, and his centre hammered by Lannes' 5th Corps and Ney's 6th Corps, with Murat's reserve cavalry in support. The French lines surged forward like a massive tidal wave set to crash against the Prussian lines, piercing large gaps in Hohenlohe's formations and threatening to overwhelm them. Prussian musketry began to slacken, as Napoleon's troops steamrolled ahead, and Hohenlohe ordered his forces to retreat. Blasted by French artillery batteries and well-aimed rolling musket volleys from Napoleon's infantry, the Prussian withdrawal was at first orderly, but Murat's reserve cavalry now burst into a full gallop charge in pursuit, transforming the Prussian retreat into a rout, as their units disintegrated before Prince Hohenlohe. Part of his defeated army retreated towards Weimar to the west, as the other half escaped to the north. Von Tauentzien's corps managed to retreat in good order, however, maintaining a steady rearguard that blocked the French pursuit by Lannes' 5th Corps. Rückel's corps united with the shattered elements of Hohenlohe's army around mid-afternoon, with his 15,000 men facing off against the pursuing French. He decided to form his corps into a defensive line, but then ordered a retreat, as French artillery and musketry unnerved and routed Rückel's men. A charge by Murat's cavalry regiments finally broke all cohesion in the Prussian corps, and they fled towards Weimar, losing 4,000 men as prisoners to the French. By 4 p.m, the Battle of Jena was over. The Prussian army had suffered 26 to 27,000 casualties in the battle, of which 10,000 men were killed and 15,000 taken prisoner. The French Grande Armée had lost around 12,000 to 13,000 men in total. As Napoleon received the final reports of his total victory over the Prussian army that afternoon, he was stunned to learn that Marshal Louis-Nicolas Devoe's detached Third Corps of 26,000 men had in fact engaged and defeated the Prussian army of 60,000 men and 230 cannon led by the Duke of Brunswick at Auerstedt further north that same day. Early that morning, around 4 a.m., Marshal Devoe advanced his Third Corps west from Naumburg, moving to Apolda. Thick early morning fog had obscured the fact that Devoe's men and Marshal Jean-Baptiste Bernadotte's First Corps, accompanying them, were heading straight for the main encampment of Brunswick's army at Auerstedt, which had been established the night before. Receiving report that Devoe's corps was approaching the camp, Brunswick ordered his army to move to the Hassenhausen Heights, further west, and then pivot northeast to avoid Devoe's forces. His movements would be screened by a mixed cavalry-infantry force from Lieutenant General Friedrich Wilhelm Karl von Schmettau's 3rd Division. At 7 a.m. that day, while Devoe accompanied his corps' 3rd Division, led by Charles-Étienne Goudon, the French troops neared the small hamlet of Puppel. Cautiously, Goudon formed his division's advance guard into squares, a fortuitous order, since they soon encountered a Prussian cavalry detachment, and quickly dispersed it with some rapid musket volleys. Pressing up to the Lisbach stream, Goudon's division halted to await the rest of the 3rd Corps' infantry divisions under Charles-Antoine Moreau and Louis Friant. These divisions were strung out, marching well to the east of Goudon, and would take several hours to reach him. The Prussians, meanwhile, moved against Goudon's division from the south, gathering 10,000 men in 9 infantry battalions, 16 cavalry squadrons, and 24 guns to attack Goudon's 5,000 men. As luck would have it for the French, this first Prussian assault was loose and uncoordinated, with Lieutenant General Gebhard Leberecht von Blücher charging his division's cavalry brigade unsupported by infantry against Goudon's disciplined square formations. The Prussian horsemen were easily repulsed, and by the time they renewed their attack with infantry at 9:30 a.m., Friant's 2nd Division had arrived and deployed to Goudon's right. Simultaneously, 12-pounder guns from the 3rd Corps' artillery reserve arrived on the field, accompanied by Jean-Baptiste Theodore Violon's cavalry brigade. The artillery batteries rolled into action to the north of Hassenhausen. Devoe, anticipating a flanking attack from the south, pulled Goudon's division out of Hassenhausen and repositioned it further north to consolidate his line and avoid envelopment. He detached 1 regiment to the south of the village to delay any Prussian advance in that direction. At 10 a.m., the Prussians launched their 2nd attack of the day, with von Schmettau's 3rd Division holding the left flank, Lieutenant General Leopold Alexander von Wartensleben's 2nd Division anchoring the right, and Lieutenant General William the Prince of Orange's 1st Division forming behind von Wartensleben to act as a support line. The results of this attack were mixed, with von Schmettau's division suffering high casualties from deadly enfilading musketry by 2 of the French divisions. However, von Wartensleben's division easily routed the detached French regiment south of Hassenhausen, thereby endangering Devoe's left flank. Marshal Devoe regrouped his corps behind the village and launched a vicious counterattack that retook it. The French situation, though momentarily stabilized, was nevertheless in a precarious state that grew more dangerous by the minute, since Murat's 1st Division was still 3 miles away to the east, and there had been no sighting of Bernadotte's 1st Corps, which was supposed to be moving in support of Devoe's men. Fortunately for Devoe, Brunswick ignored an advantageous opportunity to strike the Marshal's exposed southern flank with 30 cavalry squadrons already formed for just such an attack. Instead, Brunswick committed his men to 4 futile frontal assaults against Hassenhausen. While leading one of these attacks, Brunswick was commanding a company of grenadiers when he was shot through both eyes, blinding and mortally wounding him. Schmettau was likewise put out of action by a fatal wound. King Friedrich Wilhelm III failed to appoint a replacement commander-in-chief, leading to growing confusion among the senior Prussian officers and preventing the execution of a coordinated and cohesive attack plan which might carry the day. Both the French and Prussian lines began receiving reinforcements around 11 a.m. Prince William of Orange's 1st Division moved up to the attack, while Murat's division made a timely arrival on Devoe's side. Orange unwisely split his division and placed his 3 brigades on both Prussian flanks, while Murat's division formed into lines of battle on Devoe's left. Murat's fresh troops managed to throw back numerous Prussian cavalry charges from the south of Hassenhausen. which Brunswick had fatally overlooked when the opportunity was still present an hour earlier. Moran proceeded to extend his lines to the River Saale, firmly securing the 3rd Corps' left flank from further turning movements. With his left safe, de Vaux seized the initiative and launched his corps into a spirited frontal attack, routing Wartensleben's division and repulsing a countercharge by the Prince of Orange's troops. The Prussian right crumbled before the weight of de Vaux' assault, and the Prussians failed to shore up their lines with their remaining reserve of 14 infantry battalions, 5 cavalry squadrons, and 3 artillery batteries, about 9,000 men and 20 cannon, a wasted chance to salvage the damage done by the Frenchmen. The French battalions positioned around the Lisbach stream were charged by Prussian cavalry, but the French infantry stood firm in square formation and drove them back with well-aimed volleys which felled dozens of saddles. The Prussian horsemen, dispirited from their inability to break the squares, fell back towards Auerstedt. Minutes later, their infantry battalions followed suit. On the French right, Friant's division managed to capture Poppel after a bloody close-quarters battle in the town, taking 1,000 prisoners in the action. Both Prussian flanks teetered on the verge of collapse around noon, and the king ordered a retreat back to Auerstedt with the intent of linking up with Prince Hohenlohe and Ruckel's forces, whom he believed were still intact. The killing blow at the Battle of Auerstedt was delivered when Marat unlimbered an artillery battery that delivered deadly salvos of cannon fire into the flank and rear of Wartensleben's broken division. The accurate and devastating artillery fire caused the demoralized men in Wartensleben's command to panic and flee off the battlefield in confusion to the west and north. General Blücher attempted in vain to cover the retreat of Brunswick's beaten army with a thin rearguard, which was easily swatted away by the French pursuers. The pursuit of Brunswick's army by de Vaux' corps continued until 4:30 p.m, when he finally ordered a halt to the chase due to the total exhaustion of his men. The Prussians had lost 13,000 to 15,000 men at the Battle of Auerstedt, with 10,000 men killed or wounded and 3,000 taken prisoner, along with 115 guns captured. In comparison, de Vaux' 3rd Corps had suffered just over 7,000 casualties. De Vaux' brilliant victory over Brunswick's army was highly praised by Napoleon, who simultaneously scolded and berated Marshal Bernadotte for failing to support his comrade, despite de Vaux' repeated pleas for support. Bernadotte narrowly avoided a court-martial over the incident. The twin Battle of Jena-Auerstedt had been a decisive and complete French victory, with Prussia's field armies narrowly avoiding total destruction at the hands of Napoleon's Grande Armée. Combining losses from both battles, the Prussians had lost over 28,000 men killed and wounded, and suffered another 25,000 captured, along with 200 cannon. Although the War of the Fourth Coalition would continue on into the next year, the Battle of Jena-Auerstedt had marked Napoleon's triumph over Prussia, ultimately leading to the Prussian army focusing on much-needed reforms and reorganization over the next 6 years.
Only 13 days later, Napoleon entered Berlin with his army. In a gesture of respect to the royal lineage of his Prussian foes, Napoleon is said to have visited the tomb of Frederick the Great, paying tribute with the following words: "If he were alive, we would not be here today." Thus, the Prussian army was destroyed, and Prussia was under French occupation. Having lost control of his own kingdom, Friedrich Wilhelm III fled to Russia to seek the protection of Alexander I of Russia. But following the Russian losses against Napoleon, the Fourth Coalition fell apart, and now Prussia had to bear the brunt of its defeat. According to the Treaty of Tilsit, signed on the 9th of July 1807, Prussia lost almost half of its territory. Its lands on the left bank of the Elbe were incorporated into a newly established puppet state of the Kingdom of Westphalia, while the Polish lands taken as a result of the second and third partitions became the Duchy of Warsaw. Danzig, Bialystok and Cottbus were also lost. Furthermore, Prussia's army was to be reduced to 43,000 men. The state was to pay war indemnities equaling 154 million francs, and France was to occupy some of the Prussian fortresses as a guarantee of this payment. Overall, to put it lightly, Friedrich Wilhelm III's gamble misfired badly. His address to the inhabitants of provinces ceded by the Treaty of Tilsit is full of pain and sorrow. "Dear inhabitants of faithful provinces, districts and towns, my arms have been unfortunate. Driven to the extreme boundaries of my empire, and having my powerful ally conclude an armistice and sign a peace, no choice remained to me but to follow his example. That peace imposed on me the most painful sacrifices. The bonds of treaties, the reciprocal ties of love and duty, the fruit of ages of labour, have been broken asunder. All my efforts, and they have been most strenuous, have proved in vain. Fate ordains it. A father is compelled to depart from his children. I hereby release you from your allegiance to me and my house. My most ardent prayers for your welfare will always attend you in your relations to your new sovereigns. Be to them what you have ever been to me. Neither force nor fate shall ever sever the remembrance of you from my heart. After the Treaty of Tilsit, all seemed lost for Prussia. But instead of pitying himself, Friedrich Wilhelm III understood the necessity of transforming his kingdom. Realizing that the old Prussian way was not working anymore, the defeated king set about enacting a sweeping array of national reforms. The first step was abolishment of archaic remnants of medieval feudalism in his realm, which was accomplished with the Edict of Emancipation in October of 1807. Thereafter, peasants and burghers alike obtained the right to acquire and hold land. Nobles were permitted to engage in commerce and industry without losing their status, and cities were now allowed to elect councillors. Changes in the Prussian army were made as well, with corporal punishment being abolished. Moreover, while due to its position of subordination under Napoleon, Prussia was not allowed to keep a standing army of more than 43,000 men. Wilhelm III got around this rule with a clever loophole, thoroughly and rigidly training conscripts across his domain and sending them home, not officially integrating them into his standing forces, but creating a pool of over 200,000 well-trained men in his kingdom. When Napoleon launched his immortalized invasion of Russia in 1812, King Wilhelm III was inclined not to repeat his previous mistakes and maintained his neutrality. Prussia's initial defeat at Napoleon's hands had deeply affected their national consciousness, and even the disastrous withdrawal of the French army from Russia did not immediately persuade the Prussians to change their allegiances. In January 1813, Friedrich Wilhelm III even offered to raise 50,000 to 60,000 men to support France. But around the same time, the Russian armies pursuing the French entered Prussia. This finally convinced the Prussian monarch to cast the proverbial die once more, and in February, the Treaty of Kalitz was signed between Prussia and Russia. In it, Prussia pledged to join the anti-French alliance, raising an army of 80,000 men to do so. In return, Russia pledged to ensure that all the territories Prussia had lost in the Treaty of Tilsit would be restored to it. Moreover, the two sides agreed to work on doing everything possible to engage Austria, Britain and Sweden to defeat Napoleon once and for all. Over the spring and summer of 1813, the armies of the Sixth Coalition worked to defeat Napoleon's Grande Armée in Germany. From October 16th to 19th, 1813, the German campaign would reach a climax at Leipzig in the largest and bloodiest battle of the entire Napoleonic Wars, the Battle of the Nations. With over 450,000 combatants involved from more than 20 nationalities, the Battle of Leipzig would become the largest battle fought in Europe until the First World War a century later. Having concentrated his army at Leipzig, on October 15th, Napoleon had set out to inspect the coming battlefield. Though weakened after its virtual destruction in Russia the year before, and its ranks now mostly filled with conscripted teenagers and inexperienced recruits, Napoleon's Grande Armée still numbered around 190,000 men and 700 cannon ready for battle. Along with French troops, the Grande Armée included contingents of Polish, Italian, and German Confederation of the Rhine troops. Napoleon's forces were divided across the battlefield, with a large force located north of Leipzig from the 3rd and 6th Corps and 3rd Cavalry Corps under the overall command of Marshal Michel Ney, while the bulk of the army was to the south of the city under Marshal Joachim Murat, comprising the 2nd, 5th, 9th and 11th Corps, the Polish 8th Corps, and Murat's reserve cavalry of 4 corps. Napoleon would maintain his Imperial Guard as a general army reserve. Lastly, General Henri-Gatien Bertrand's 4th Corps was situated west of Leipzig across the Elster River in front of the town of Lindenau, and a garrison force occupied Leipzig itself.
Also in Leipzig were the army's artillery reserve and parks, as well as Napoleon's main supply depot. Although he was vastly outnumbered, the emperor planned to launch an offensive between the Placer and Pater rivers. Due to the rivers which divided the terrain into 4 distinct sectors, Leipzig offered a favourable position for Napoleon to conduct an offensive through defence battle by using his advantage of interior lines to quickly shift troops from one endangered sector of the field to another, and thereby defeat the coalition armies in detail. After driving back the coalition attacks on his lands and wearing down their numbers, Napoleon would seize the initiative to launch a counterattack. However, there was one critical weakness in the Grande Armée's otherwise solid positioning. The road to Lutzen, by way of Lindenau, served as the only line of communication open to the rear of the army. Opposing Napoleon was a large multinational coalition army of between 300 and 350,000 men and 1,500 cannon. The army's largest contingent were the Russians, who fielded 215 infantry battalions and 234 cavalry squadrons. The Austrians made up the second largest force, with 115 battalions and 115 squadrons. The Prussian army contingent numbered 110 battalions and 122 squadrons. The Swedes brought together 24 battalions and 21 squadrons. In total, the coalition would be fielding 452 battalions and 461 squadrons, along with 116 artillery batteries to face Napoleon's Grande Armée. The coalition army was nominally headed by 4 monarchs: Tsar Alexander I of Russia, Emperor Francis II of Austria, King Friedrich Wilhelm III of Prussia, and Crown Prince Charles XIV John of Sweden, aka Napoleon's former marshal Jean-Baptiste Jules Bernadotte. For the battle, the coalition forces would be divided into 2 fronts. In the southern part of the battlefield would be the large Russo-Austrian army of Bohemia, led by Austrian General Karl Philipp, Prince of Schwarzenberg. North of Leipzig was the Russo-Prussian army of Silesia, under the command of Prussian General of Cavalry Gebhard Leberecht von Blücher. Finally, there was the Russo-Prussian Swedish army of the north under Bernadotte, which was still slowly marching to Leipzig, and would not be present on the first day of the battle. Schwarzenberg had originally planned for a secondary attack on the bridge over the Elster between Leipzig and Lindenau, while the primary offensive was launched astride the Placer River. Unfortunately for Schwarzenberg, his co-commanders all unanimously agreed that this was a terrible plan. Returning to the drawing board, Schwarzenberg came up with a new plan of attack that basically devolved to an every-man-for-himself approach, with the generals free to carry out their offensive however they wanted. Blücher's army would attack from the north of Leipzig, driving south in his advance, while Schwarzenberg's army engaged the French from the south, the Austrians attacking along the Placer, while the Russian and Prussian guards and Russian heavy cavalry acted as a reserve. Tsar Alexander told Schwarzenberg that this plan was equally awful, and King Friedrich Wilhelm III avoided giving his own input. Instead, Alexander ordered that the Russian and Prussian contingents of Schwarzenberg's army move east of the Placer River and attack from the direction of Guldengossa. The coalition armies arose from their encampments surrounding Leipzig at 6 a.m. on October 16, 1813. The early morning was dark and rainy as the coalition and French armies moved their units into positions for battle. 2 hours later, just as the rains began to clear and the sun pierced the parting grey clouds, the coalition generals gave the signal to commence their attack. At 8 a.m., the Battle of Leipzig commenced, when the massed artillery batteries of the coalition and French armies thundered into action. One of the opening coalition offensives that morning would take place against the village of Wachau, held by Marshal Claude Victor Perrin's 2nd Corps, ordered by Napoleon to hold the village at all costs. Russian General Peter Wittgenstein led the army of Bohemia's first line forward in the first attack of the day, ordering General Prince Eugen von Württemberg's Russian 2nd Infantry Corps and the 5,800 men and 8 guns of Major General Friedrich von Kluck's Prussian 9th Infantry Brigade to push the French defenders out of the village. Prince Eugen's corps was supported on its right flank by Lieutenant General Peter von der Palen's cavalry corps. The attack on Wachau began when Prince Eugen sent forward an advance guard of 3 Russian and 2 Prussian infantry battalions, supported by artillery fire from 48 guns. As the 5 battalions neared the village, they suddenly came under heavy fire from French infantry from the nearby Hearth Wood. Within minutes, heavy combat erupted between the Russo-Prussian and French infantry for control over Wachau and the Hearth Wood, highlighted by intense street-to-street and house-to-house combat. When the 2 Prussian battalions were repulsed from the village, von Kluck ordered his brigade to launch a second attack. The French put up determined resistance, driving the Russians and Prussians back once more at the point of the bayonet. A third attempt to take Wachau also met with failure, and after French units began to maneuver to the southeast of the village, threatening to cut off the coalition line of retreat, the Russo-Prussian attack was called off. The French defenders attempted a spirited pursuit of their defeated foe, but von Kluck's 8-gun battery forced them back to their original positions. This marked the effective end of the action at Wachau. Another coalition attack that morning in the south was aimed at Liebertwolkwitz, one of the largest villages on the battlefield. It was defended by 13,200 men from the French 5th Corps, led by General Jacques Lauriston. The attack on Liebertwolkwitz would be carried out by Russian Major General Vladimir Mezentsov's 5th Division of Prince Andrei Gorchakov's 1st Infantry Corps, supported by troops from Major General Georg Duboslav Ludwig von Perch's Prussian 10th Infantry Brigade. The 24,500 men of Graf von Klenau's Austrian 4th Corps and Major General Hans von Zieten's Prussian 11th Infantry Brigade would assist them by assailing Lauriston's left flank and the nearby troops of Marshal MacDonald's 11th Corps. French artillery fire drove back Mezentsov's initial attack on the village. General von Klenau's Austrians were the first to reach and storm the town, and another instance of heavy urban combat unfolded in the streets and houses, until the Austrians ultimately succeeded in driving out the French at 11 AM. Along the Pleiße River that morning, the coalition troops contested the French for control over the village of Markiberg. Here, Lieutenant General Friedrich von Kleist's Prussian 2nd Corps engaged troops from Marshal Poniatowski's Polish 8th Corps and Prince Józef Poniatowski's Polish 7th Corps. The first assault on Markkleeberg came from the south by 3 Prussian battalions of Prince August von Prussen's 12th Brigade. On the Prussian left, Russian troops from the 14th Division, led by Major General von Helfrich, moved forward to keep pace. The Russo-Prussian forces stormed the village, with the Russians hitting the Poles on their flank. After firing several volleys, the Polish infantry fell back, and the Prussian battalions entered Markkleeberg, capturing the entire village. Prince Poniatowski halted his retreating infantry and rallied them, then deployed them into a thick skirmish line. The rest of the fighting around Markkleeberg devolved into a steady exchange of musket fire and long-range artillery bombardments. Thinking the fight in this sector was settled, von Helfrich marched his division eastwards to join the fight at Wachau. As they marched, they exposed themselves to deadly enfilading fire from French and Polish musketry and artillery. The Russians beat back a cavalry attack and carried on with their march, but after being defeated in their attack on Wachau, von Helfrich withdrew his men to Krostowitz. Back at Markkleeberg, Poniatowski coordinated an attack that retook the village before Prussian infantry reinforcements arrived and drove them out once more. Von Kleist requested more support, but his continued attacks around Markkleeberg were unsuccessful. The battle for Markkleeberg seesawed back and forth as Poniatowski rallied his men for repeated attempts to retake the position. The Poles were determined, and their stiff resistance made it difficult for the Prussians to hold their gains. But the Prussians pressed on with their assaults and ultimately succeeded in capturing the village for a final time at the point of the bayonet. Though the coalition forces in the south had seized the initiative and made some gains against the French, their piecemeal and disorderly offensives had provided Napoleon with the opportunity to organize an effective counterattack. However, the Emperor was having difficulty bringing down reinforcements from Ney's command. Marshal Auguste de Mormont's 6th Corps was supposed to move down from the north and shore up the southern left flank, but the Marshal was nowhere to be seen, as he was tied up fending off Blucher's attacks. Napoleon's southern forces had sustained heavy losses in the coalition's morning attacks. The Emperor had to commit nearly all of his available southern reserves just to keep the line intact. Despite this, Napoleon decided to go on with his planned counterattack. Reforming his lines, Napoleon positioned a grand battery of 150 guns to hammer the coalition's center, while Marshal MacDonald's 11th Corps assailed the enemy's right flank, and Murat would lead his cavalry in a grand charge against their center. The French counterattack in the south began shortly after noon, proceeding according to plan. Austrian and Russian forces gave ground, steadily being driven out from their gains and thrown back to their starting positions. The attack had unfolded so well that at 2 PM, Napoleon executed the last phase of his plan. As the French Grand Battery blasted into action, Murat's 10,000 horsemen stampeded ahead into the massed coalition infantry in the center, piercing through the line. One French cavalry division of cuirassiers managed to destroy 2 Austrian battalions and captured 26 guns, and even managed to nearly capture Tsar Alexander at his command post before they were driven back by Russian cavalry. Despite pushing the coalition forces back, the dramatic French counterattack on the afternoon of the 16th was inconclusive. The timely arrival of Austrian reserves managed to strengthen the coalition line, and while the French cavalry charge had been highly successful, there was no follow-up to Murat's breakthrough. As the battle died down in the late afternoon, it was clear that the fighting on October 16th had ended in stalemate. While Napoleon's counterattack was underway at 2:30, the Emperor received word that Blucher's Prussians were engaging his forces north of Leipzig. After making initial contact with Ney's line, Blucher drew back, hesitant to bring on a general engagement in this sector, while Bernadotte's army was still far behind schedule. The Prussian Field Marshal soon changed his mind, however, and pushed forward Lieutenant General Ludwig Yorck von Wartenberg's First Corps, and the Russian troops under Count Louis-Alexandre Andreau de Longeron. The French line here was thinly held by troops from Marmont's Sixth Corps and General Jan-Henryk Dąbrowski's Polish infantry contingent, stretching from Möckern to Widerich. Just as was the case at Wachau to the south, the contest for these villages was a drawn-out back-and-forth affair over the course of the afternoon. But Blucher's men finally gained possession of the towns that evening. Though suffering high losses, Yorck and Longeron managed to push the French out of Möckern. The first day of the Battle of Leipzig had ended in a draw. The French had lost 25,000 men to the coalition's 30,000 casualties, but a body of fresh troops would soon arrive to bolster Schwarzenberg's forces, including Bernadotte's army. Weighing his options that night, Napoleon decided to withdraw the Grande Armée from Leipzig and retreat to the west, eventually returning across the Rhine into France. This retreat would not be carried out immediately, however, as the Emperor attempted to negotiate an armistice with the coalition, a proposal that was rejected outright by the coalition leaders. Though the odds were clearly stacked against him, Napoleon delayed in his decision to order a retreat. General Jean Renier's 7th Corps arrived that night from the east, bringing the Grande Armée's total strength to around 200,000. But the arrival of Bernadotte's Swedes and Bennigsen's Russian Army of Poland, led by General Leonte Leontovich Bennigsen, boosted the coalition numbers to well over 300,000 men. Leipzig was now completely encircled. Little action occurred on October 17th, the quiet day being punctuated by light skirmishing. Napoleon still had an opportunity to retreat that night, but he didn't, and so the next day, the coalition armies prepared to crush the Grande Armée. Schwarzenberg planned to launch several simultaneous attacks along the French lines on October 18th, hopefully overwhelming the French with their sheer numbers. Events didn't unfold as he had hoped, though. Just like the first day, the coalition offensives on October 18th were uncoordinated and piecemeal. Light actions erupted in the southwest and west that morning, and by afternoon, the fighting turned into a general engagement. After taking a leisurely time positioning itself, Bernadotte's Swedish army took its place to the east of Blucher's men, and Bennigsen's army moved into line just south of Bernadotte. Hours of heavy fighting led to the French giving ground in a steady retreat closer to Leipzig. 2 infantry brigades from Renier's 7th Corps, made up of Saxon troops, advanced in perfect order towards the coalition lines, with bayonets lowered, encouraged by cheers from their French comrades. The Prussians bellowed out their own wild shouts at the Saxons as they approached, and the war-weary Saxons outright defected to the Prussian lines, the biggest field defection in Napoleon's career. Darkness brought the fighting on the 18th to a close. By now, the only escape route from Leipzig open to the French was across the causeway leading through Lindenau. At 2 a.m. on October 19th, Napoleon ordered his troops to begin their retreat to Lindenau to avoid being trapped in Leipzig. The French troops set off in marching order, while 30,000 men would hold Leipzig to cover their retreat across the Elster River. Their movements were discovered by coalition patrols at 7 a.m., but it was not until 10 o'clock that the coalition armies were able to get in motion. By then, it was too late, and most of Napoleon's army made it across the Elster Causeway to safety. To slow the enemy's pursuit, Napoleon ordered the causeway bridges be rigged with explosives and destroyed after the crossing was fully completed. Unfortunately for the Emperor, the general tasked with overseeing one of the bridges passed this task down to a colonel, who likewise passed it down to a corporal. At 1 p.m, the panicked corporal lit the fuse to blow the bridge while it was still crowded with French soldiers, and the 30,000-man rearguard had yet to cross. The bridge went up in a spectacular explosion, blowing up dozens of horses and soldiers and throwing many others into the river below. Some of the panicked troops managed to swim to safety, but others, including Prince Poniatowski, drowned in the water. The 30,000 men still trapped in Leipzig were now left to be taken prisoner by the coalition armies. The destruction of the bridge over the Elster marked the effective conclusion of the Battle of Leipzig. Napoleon's once vaunted Grande Armée had been devastated in the fighting from October 16th to 19th, losing 45,000 men killed or wounded and another 36,000 men taken prisoner for a total casualty figure of around 79,000. According to some sources, among the casualties were 15 French generals killed. The coalition armies had suffered somewhere between 58 to 80,000 casualties, including 29 generals. Although Napoleon was not completely defeated yet, the 1813 German campaign had effectively turned in the Sixth Coalition's favour, with Napoleon's German armies abandoning him to join the coalition cause. When Napoleon took to the field again in 1814, it would be in defence of France.
Finally, it seemed Prussia had backed the right side. In April 1814, Napoleon was defeated and was forced into exile. Thereafter, the victors convened at the Congress of Vienna to determine what the map of Europe would look like after the Corsican artillery officers' defeat. But Napoleon returned to power in 1815, once again threatening the rest of the European great powers. The final nail in the coffin of Napoleonic France was dealt in the Battle of Waterloo. On the 18th of June 1815, when Napoleon was about to gain yet another famous victory, a Prussian army of 65,000 men, under the command of General Blücher, intervened and defeated Napoleon once and for all. 9 days before this battle, the Congress of Vienna had concluded its work, and Prussia came out of it in a position which, while certainly better than the state of affairs it had been in after Tilsit, still left much to be desired. The Prussian kingdom was divided into two very unequal parts, the eastern and the western, separated by the German states of Hesse, Hanover and Brunswick. One extremity of Prussia reached the walls of the French fortress of Thionville on the Moselle far west from the Rhine, while the other extremity was bordered by the Memel and the Niemen. With a population smaller than the rest of the great powers, Prussia had to protect lands scattered throughout Europe, as it once again lost a link between its territories. The next few decades of Prussian history were relatively uneventful. Despite the promises made to his citizenry on the eve of the final confrontation with Napoleon, Friedrich Wilhelm III abandoned his pledge to institute a national constitution and largely returned to his reactionary ways. However, the forces of liberalism and democracy in the German lands were not something that could be ignored. More and more, powerful voices sought the unification of the German-speaking countries into one nation, united under a democratic constitution, a movement juxtaposed by Prussia and Austria, continuing their centuries-long competition for domination over the German-speaking lands. Prussia understood the advantages of the unification of Germany, and its conservative elite was taking steps to promote this idea without giving up on royal absolutism, and by pushing Austria aside from this process. The first important step in this direction was the establishment in 1833 of the Prussian-led German Customs Union, the Zollverein, which brought dozens of German states into an economic union with Prussia, an economic indicator of the geopolitical things to come. When Friedrich Wilhelm IV became the new King of Prussia in 1840, the demands for change had only become more vocal and widespread. Friedrich Wilhelm IV was a romantic who nostalgically valued the virtues of the conservative old order, but during his reign, calls for the democratization and liberalization of Prussia were becoming harder and harder to ignore. Following his coronation, the Prussian Diet passed a motion calling the king to allow elections to be held for the people to choose national representatives to represent them in government. Moreover, many people in Germany and Prussia demanded the abolition of press censorship and establishment of a parliament. Throughout the country, the liberal elite demanded the unification of Germany. The potato famines of 1846–47 only worsened the economic situation in Prussia and made the liberal opposition more vocal in their demands for reform. In response, Friedrich Wilhelm IV
eased the censorship of the press on the 3rd of February 1847, and he agreed to invoke a General Assembly of the Prussian Estates. Despite showing a promising attitude towards his subjects' progressive demands, the new king ultimately displayed his true colours when he outed himself as a hardline absolutist. In his opening address to the United Diet, assembled in Berlin on the 11th of April 1847, Friedrich Wilhelm IV openly and unequivocally expressed his opinion about constitutionalism. "No power on earth will ever force me to transform the natural relationship between prince and people into a conventional constitutional one. Neither now nor ever will I permit a written piece of paper to force itself, like some second providence, between our Lord God in heaven and this land, to rule us with its paragraphs, and through them to replace the ancient sacred loyalty." This obstinance would be challenged when news of victorious revolutions in France and Austria reached Berlin, bringing excitement to the people hoping for change in Germany. By early spring 1848, revolutionary tensions in Prussia had begun bubbling as well. Soon there was bloodshed on the streets of Berlin, and the king was forced to act, ultimately deciding to appease the mob. On the 17th of March 1848, Friedrich Wilhelm IV proclaimed the total abolition of press censorship and the adoption of a constitution. That following day, a jubilant crowd gathered in the Palace Square of Berlin. The king greeted the public, and afterwards his proclamation was read to the crowd. The king wishes freedom of the press to prevail. The king wishes that the United Diet be called immediately. The king wishes that a constitution on the most liberal basis should encompass all German lands. The king wishes that there should be a German national flag. The king wishes that all custom turnpikes should fall. The king wishes that Prussia place itself at the head of the movement. Fearing the prospect of losing his throne to revolution, Friedrich IV overnight became the biggest supporter of liberal constitutionalism and German unity in Prussia. But this most jubilant day in Prussian history soon also turned into one of its bloodiest, when the cheering crowd saw the troops around the square, creating great unease among them, causing the joyful masses to transform into a panicked mob. It is not entirely clear who started hostilities, but shots were fired and the troops started to disperse the crowd. Barricades were built, and Berlin turned into a battlefield. For 2 days, fighting between the population of Berlin and the army continued. The army managed to regain control over the capital, with the numbers of casualties ranging from 300 to 800 among civilians and 100 among the army. The news of this massacre spread through Prussia, leading to protests throughout the country. The king intended to ease the tensions following the Berlin events, but it was clear that further pacification of the city would not be possible without an outright massacre. Therefore, Friedrich Wilhelm IV made another proclamation to his beloved Berliners, where he called to the people, compelling them to peace, to clear the barricades that still stand, while giving them his royal word that all streets and squares will be cleared of troops and the military occupation reduced to a few necessary buildings. To his credit, this did more or less put a lid on the proverbial flames. A general amnesty was proclaimed, and a mourning ceremony for those killed in Berlin was carried out. To further appease the mob, a liberal, Gottfried Ludolf Camphausen, was appointed a new Minister-President of Prussia, and the army was removed from Berlin. In the beginning of April, the Second United Diet was called by Camphausen. King Friedrich Wilhelm IV proposed a bill providing for freedom of the press, civic liberties, freedom of assembly, trial by jury, and equal rights for all. The king proposed a bicameral parliament, with the upper chamber being a mix of nobility with a hereditary seat and elected commoners, who would be eligible for election in case of an income over a certain amount. The lower chamber would be elected for 4 years and were subject to no property and income qualification. This did not satisfy the democratic leaders of the Prussian Diet, and instead they voted for establishment of the unicameral National Assembly with approximately 400 members, and a system in which any member of the male population over the age of 24 had the right to vote. Henceforth, on the 1st of May 1848, elections to the Prussian National Assembly took place. 31% of the Prussian MPs were civil servants, 30% professionals of different vocations, 11% peasants, and 5% artisans and workers. All of this represented significant social progress, and yet the election of the National Assembly only exacerbated the differences between the revolutionary movement and the king and his conservative circle in Prussia. Undoubtedly, Friedrich Wilhelm IV, who believed that monarchs ruled based on divine law, was enraged when the National Assembly voted to remove the "by the grace of God" from his title. This was the National Assembly telling him that he was not a king by the grace of God, but by the will of the Prussian people. Thereafter, tensions continued to rise. Arguably, the stance of radical liberals against the Prussian army was the turning point for the King of Prussia. Following a clash between the army and civilians in the town of Schweidnitz, 14 civilians were killed. In the wake of this tragedy, a member of the assembly, Julius Stein, proposed a motion which required the officers and troops of the Prussian army to conform with constitutional values, which was overwhelmingly supported. 2 months after the adoption of this motion, the assembly demanded that the king and his government immediately implement Stein's motion. This did not go over well, and led to numerous conflicts between Friedrich Wilhelm IV and the National Assembly, which beget resignations and the sacking of liberal and moderate ministers. The final straw for Friedrich Wilhelm IV was the resolution of the National Assembly on the 31st of October 1848, which stated that all Prussians are equal before the law, that neither privileges, titles, nor rank are to exist in the state, and that the nobility are abolished. This was followed by attacks on the conservative and royalist members of the National Assembly for their disloyalty to the revolutionary cause, who withdrew from the parliament. Chaos ensued. On the 9th of November 1848, a new minister-president, the king's uncle, Count von Brandenburg, used the pandemonium engulfing Prussia's government as a pretext to disband the National Assembly. 2 days later, martial law was declared in Berlin, with freedom of the press rolled back and political gatherings banned. On November 27th, the National Assembly tried to reconvene, but Brandenburg forcefully dispersed it. There was not much resistance to this, and it seemed that by then, revolutionary momentum was lost. On the 5th of December 1848, Friedrich Wilhelm IV proclaimed the Constitution of Prussia. The constitution made no one happy. Far too conservative for the liberals, and far too radical for the hardline conservatives. Prussia was now a monarchy with a constitution, but it was still absolutist, as the constitution reaffirmed the divine rights of kings. Despite all this, it did affirm the equality of all Prussians before the law, freedom of religion, freedom of assembly, and freedom of speech. It was a step forward, but the king was still the ruler, and the role of parliament was well diminished. The revolution in Prussia was defeated, but some of its ideals were somehow embedded into the absolutist political system of Prussia. The revolution in Germany was of course not limited to Prussia. In May 1848, the Frankfurt Parliament, a predecessor of the German Parliament, was elected. In March 1849, it voted to invite the King of Prussia to become the Emperor of Germany. Austria was sidelined from this process. Acceptance of this offer would mean conflict with Austria for Friedrich Wilhelm IV, which he wanted to avoid. Also, acceptance of this offer would mean disregarding the divine rights of kings. Friedrich Wilhelm IV did not want to accept the imperial crown from the people and its elected representatives. He would have acted differently had German princes offered him this throne. Thus, Friedrich Wilhelm IV rejected the offer to become the Emperor of Germany. In the late period of Friedrich Wilhelm IV's reign, his minister, Otto Theodor von Manteuffel, played an important role in improving the administration of Prussia, bolstering its economy and creating conditions for its further industrialization. He also played a major role in improving the relations between the crown and general society by giving up the state policy of imposing hefty penalties on the press, looking for ways to decrease confrontation between the king and his parliament, and improving the living conditions of the working class. As a result of these steps, by the 1850s, Prussia had overtaken Austria in its industrial output, thanks to the increased production of coal and iron,
and the many kilometers of road and rail networks which had been built to promote trade. In 1861, Friedrich Wilhelm IV died, and his brother was crowned as Wilhelm I. This led to a chain of events which forced Manteuffel out of his leadership position, but his reforms, without a doubt, paved the way for a further strengthening and modernization of Prussia. Wilhelm I was an avid absolutist. Back in 1848, he had played an important part in the suppression of the revolution in Prussia. He was not particularly popular among his subjects, a feeling which was mutual, for Wilhelm I was not fond of the commoners either. Just like his predecessor, Wilhelm I believed that the crown was his and his dynasty's divine right. After the coronation, Wilhelm I did not do much to increase his popularity, constantly arguing with the parliament, all while persecuting journalists and anyone speaking in favor of reforms. This antagonistic policy towards his own people reached its logical conclusion in 1861, when an attempt on his life was made, which served only to further alienate him from his populace. It was around this time that a certain Count Otto von Bismarck, a young maverick from a Prussian Junker family and staunch conservative with arguably even less affinity towards liberalism and democracy, was invited to the King's Council. Apart from his conservatism, Bismarck was also known for his wild character, notorious for the parties and gatherings he hosted at his mansion in Kneiphof in his youth. Bismarck's political career had begun back in 1847, when he was elected to the Prussian Diet, where he was very unpopular among the liberals and the moderates for his fiery royalist speeches. In a long speech in 1847, he said, "With whom does the right reside to issue an authentic declaration? In my opinion, in the king alone. The Prussian sovereigns are in possession of a crown, not by the grace of the people, but by God's grace, an actually unconditional crown, some of the rights of which they have voluntarily conceded to the people." By 1851, Bismarck had been appointed by Friedrich Wilhelm IV as an ambassador to the Diet at Frankfurt. Bismarck was later appointed as an ambassador to Russia in 1859 and France in 1862. During these years, his ultra-conservative leanings started to shift. While he initially opposed unification of Germany, he now started to believe that unification of Germany under the Prussian leadership was a necessary process. In 1862, Wilhelm I appointed Bismarck as Minister-President of Prussia. His first test was to solve the impasse between the king and the parliament, which he handled with aplomb. In doing so, he gave a speech in which he famously stated that the all-important questions of the day would not be settled by speeches and by votes, but by iron and blood. True to his words, Bismarck's next steps as minister was the introduction of reforms in the army, such as an increase of the military conscription from 2 years to 3, and improvement of the weaponry of the Prussian army. Very soon, Bismarck found a target for his improved army. For generations, the German duchies of Schleswig and Holstein had been autonomous territories of the Kingdom of Denmark. In the 1860s, a dispute over succession of the duchies arose, an opportunity which Bismarck decided to exploit. As Schleswig was part of the German Confederation, a loose political union of German-speaking states, which Prussia and Austria were also part of, the two powerhouses of the German world declared war on Denmark, using the succession crisis as a pretext. Denmark did not really stand a chance against the mighty United Germanic Army, and was defeated in 8 months. In 1864, the Treaty of Vienna was signed between Prussia, Austria and Denmark, which ended the war. The Gastein Convention, signed between Austria and Prussia in the following year, decided the fate of the contested lands, with Schleswig given to Prussia and Holstein to Austria. Both duchies were to join the Prussian-dominated Germanic tax union, Zollverein. After annexing the formerly Danish duchies, Bismarck decided that his alliance with Austria had outlived its usefulness. He understood that defeating Austria was a necessary step for a potential unification of Germany around Prussia. After securing a secret alliance with Italy by promising them help with wresting Venetia from Austrian control, he sent a delegation demanding Holstein from Austria, citing the Habsburg monarchy's failure to curb growing revolutionary tendencies in the land. Hostilities began in June of 1866.
In less than 40 days, the Prussian army managed to prove its superiority against the Austrians, especially at the Battle of Königgrätz on July 3rd. 3 days before the battle, on June 30th, Prussian Field Marshal Helmut von Moltke and King Wilhelm I arrived at the First Corps headquarters east of Jena. Scouts were immediately dispatched into the countryside along the banks of the Elbe River to seek out the precise location of Austrian General Ludwig von Benedek's North Army. Moltke assumed that Benedek would establish a new defensive line to the east behind the Elbe, anchoring his right flank on Josefstadt and his left on Königgrätz. Moltke ordered Crown Prince Friedrich Wilhelm's Second Army, which controlled the crossings over the upper Elbe and could march south astride either bank, dependent on the strategic situation, to remain in place. By maintaining a day's marching distance between the two field armies, Moltke confidently believed he could outflank Benedek regardless of where the Austrians established their defensive lines. Meanwhile, the North Army's Chief of Operations, General Gideon Krismanek, was unsure whether the Prussians' main offensive effort would be launched from the north or west, and so he drafted orders to deploy the army's infantry into a wide arc, stretching from the Bistritza to the Elbe. The Prussians had their centre placed directly behind the village of Sadowa, located on the west bank of the Bistritza, astride the road to Königgrätz. A dozen or so hamlets were on the east bank of the river. The Holler Forest was situated near the road to the south, and the larger Svib Forest was on the north side. Austrian pioneers went to work felling trees in front of the Austrian centre, to build up abatis and breastworks and clear up fields of fire. Artillery pieces were sighted and ranged along the centre lines to provide accurate and effective support. Krismanek placed the Saxon army under Crown Prince Albert of Saxony, the Austrian 7th Corps, and the 1st Austrian Light Cavalry Division on the hills of Prim and Problis, close to the village of Nekenitze. In the Austrian centre, atop the Lippe and Klum hills, he positioned the Austrian 3rd and 10th Corps, and on the right flank, anchored on Nidelist, was placed the Austrian 2nd and 4th Corps and the 2nd Light Cavalry Division. The 1st and 6th Corps, 3 heavy cavalry divisions, and 16 artillery batteries were put in reserve behind the centre lines. General Benedek's deployment plan had several critical weaknesses. The Austrian flanks were not well secured, and the entire line formed a salient that would make it difficult for the army's two wings to support one another, and would also complicate any retreat in case of defeat. Back on the Prussian side, when scouts discovered the North Army's position on the evening of July 2nd, Moltke ordered General Prince Friedrich Karl's First Army and the accompanying Elbe Army, led by General Karl Eberhard Hewart von Bittenfeld, to move their forces out of their encampments at Heritze, situated east of Jitschin, and conduct a general advance towards the Bistritza at 2:30 am. No instructions were provided to the Crown Prince's Second Army, as Prince Friedrich Karl hoped to defeat the Austrians on his own and attain all the accolades and glory for himself. When Moltke saw these orders, he immediately revised them and issued instructions for the Second Army to conduct a forced march south and deliver a decisive attack against the Austrian right flank. Prince Friedrich Karl's 6 divisions set off at 4:30 am on July 3, 1866. The main battle line of 4 divisions was organized above and below the village of Sadowa, ready to cross the Bistritza for the attack, while the prince's 2 remaining divisions were held in reserve. Crown Prince Wilhelm received Moltke's revised orders an hour later. Hewart's 3 divisions of the Elbe Army, meanwhile, advanced southwards to Nekenitze, where they would attempt to launch a turning movement against the Austrian left. At 6:30 am, the opening shots of the Battle of Königgrätz were fired by fusiliers from Prussian Lieutenant General Philipp Karl von Canstein's 15th Division of the Elbe Army. The Prussian riflemen forced back a line of Saxon pickets trying to dismantle the plank bridge over the Bistritza at Nekenitze. Upon hearing the gunfire, Austrian and Saxon troops formed into lines of battle and prepared for the Prussian attack. At 7:30 am, Prussian and Austrian artillery batteries opened fire on one another, beginning a fierce artillery duel. King Wilhelm I and the Minister-President of Prussia, Otto von Bismarck, reached the Prussian command post atop Dub Hill overlooking the Bistritza at 7:45 am. There they were joined by Prince Friedrich Karl and Moltke, who were examining the Austrian dispositions through the thick mist that blanketed the valley. While they scanned the battlefield, an Austrian artillery shell exploded just 20 yards from King Wilhelm, causing some brief alarm from the Prussian staff, though the king was unharmed. Friedrich Karl ordered his army to begin a general advance across the river at 9 am, Prussian troops from the Pomeranian 2nd Corps, made up of the 3rd and 4th Divisions, forded the Bistritza and drove back the Austrian Jaegers of the 10th Corps, sending them reeling back to Langendorf Hill. The Prussians suffered heavy casualties from a concentrated Austrian artillery barrage, receiving no support from their own artillery, which had been zeroed in by Austrian guns, and failed to unlimber into battery under pressure. The shelling became so intense that the 4th Division moved into the Hollow Forest to seek shelter from the barrage. Further north, the lead battalions of Lieutenant General Eduard von Franceschi's 7th Division of the 4th Corps crossed the river and pushed back the enemy picket line from the village of Benetech. Lieutenant General Heinrich Friedrich von Horn's 8th Division followed close behind. Their objective was to capture the villages of Benetech and Christovez to the north and the adjacent Svib Forest, which would permit the Prussians to take the unoccupied Maszlewiedy Hill. At 8:30 am, the 7th Division moved into the woods, led in person by General Franceschi. At 7:30 am, General Tashilo Fesztetich de Tolna, commanding the Austrian 4th Corps, moved west to Maszlewiedy in order to reconnoitre the Prussian positions. He believed that if his brigades occupied Maszlewiedy, they would be in a favourable position to launch a counterattack against the Prussian infantry, and possibly force them back across the Bistritza. Messengers were dispatched to his Corps Field Deputy, General Anton Molinari von Montepastello, as well as the 2nd Corps Commander Karl von Thun and Hohenstein, with orders to march west and occupy Maszlewiedy and Horenowiec. Although Fesztetich was correct in his assumption that the Prussians would endanger the Austrian right flank if they occupied these two hills, the general failed to take into consideration the Prussian Second Army, whose position was still unknown to the Austrians. The arrival of the Second Army would allow the Prussians to turn the Austrian right flank. Meanwhile, General Benedek had been informed of the Prussian attack and broke off a meeting with his staff at Königgrätz Castle. Benedek rode west through columns of cheering Austrian soldiers and arrived at Lipa around 9 am, where he began to evaluate the situation with Archduke Ernest, the 3rd Corps commander. Benedek learned that the Archduke had dispatched 2 brigades ahead of their lines, in violation of the army's standing orders, to occupy the high ground and await the Prussian attack, leading Benedek to countermand the Archduke's orders to the brigades and recall them to their lines. Back on the front lines, intense combat raged in the wooded thickets of Svib Forest for nearly 3 hours. A grand battery of 50 guns atop Lipa Hill lobbed shells into the forest, exploding trees and sending wooden fragments flying through the air. When the Prussian 7th Division emerged from the tree line, they were met by a furious counterattack from General Karl Appiano's brigade of the 3rd Corps and were driven back into the woods. The Austrians followed up their successful push with a flank attack on the Prussians from the east by General Emmerich Fleischecker's brigade of the 4th Corps. Many of the Austrian units attacked in assault columns by battalion, an outdated Napoleonic-style tactic, which the Prussians were able to drive off by dividing their companies into smaller platoon-sized units and adopting skirmisher tactics in the woods. Although some Austrian units tried to adapt, most were marching ahead in their rigid shoulder-to-shoulder attack formations, and were felled in high numbers by the high rate of fire coming from the Prussians' breech-loading needle guns. The Austrian infantry, still equipped with muzzle-loading Lorenz rifles, were given no chance to keep up effective return fire. As the battle for Svib Forest raged on, a Prussian artillery shell wounded General Fesztetich, and command of the 4th Corps devolved to his deputy, General Molinari. By 10 am, Molinari threw the bulk of his corps' reserves against the forest to try and cut off the 7th Division. General Karl Polk's brigade of the 4th Corps charged the southeastern edge of the woods, as 2 more brigades from Turn's 2nd Corps assaulted the north end. Faced with overwhelming numbers in front and on both flanks, Franceschi ordered his division to conduct a general withdrawal towards the village of Benetech. As the Prussians exited the woods from the south, they were pursued by the Austrian columns of Polk's brigade. Newly arrived Prussian battalions provided covering fire for the 7th Division's retreat, holding back Polk's pursuit. During the combat in Svib Forest, Franceschi's division had beaten back nearly a dozen charges at the cost of 2,000 men. Franceschi dispatched a courier to Dub Hill, requesting support and reinforcements in an effort to recapture Svib Forest. Although Prince Friedrich Karl was prepared to send in his army's last 2 reserve divisions, Moltke was unwavering in his plan that they must remain in reserve. Moltke believed that Franceschi's position would only be improved by the arrival of the 2nd Army's vanguard to support him. King Wilhelm, consenting to Moltke's strategy, overruled his nephew. On the Austrian side, Molinari sent requests to Benedek that heavy cavalry units be sent up from the reserve to drive the Prussians back over the Bistritza, requests that were denied. At noon, chaos reigned, and Molinari rode to Lipa to consult with Benedek in person and proposed that 3 Austrian corps launch a determined assault across the Bistritza that could drive a wedge between the Prussian 1st and 2nd armies. Benedek had received reports just minutes before Molinari's arrival stating that the 2nd Army was marching south to join the battle. Benedek, fearing high casualties storming the Prussian positions, rejected Molinari's proposal. Instead, he ordered Molinari and Turn to call off their attacks and withdraw back to their original defensive positions. He further ordered General Wilhelm von Ramming's 6th Corps in the reserve to move north to bolster and reinforce the right flank. Further to the south, General Herwarth had 2 of his army's 3 divisions across the Bistritza and engaged by midday. The Prussian troops, armed with their deadly needle guns, attacked and destroyed the Saxon battalions that put up a light token resistance before falling back to the safety of Prim Hill. The retreat of the Saxon army left the Frederick Hill, situated south of Prim and Propolis, open for the Prussians to occupy with their troops. The men of General Philipp Karl von Canstein's 15th Division rushed the hill and took the key position, and the Prussians were able to bring up artillery guns onto Frederick Hill to pour enflading fire into the Austrian positions. Major General Josef Weber, who had replaced Archduke Leopold Ludwig as commander of the Austrian 8th Corps, dispatched 2 infantry brigades to stabilize the Saxon lines and attempt to retake Frederick Hill from the Prussians. Through the effective coordination of artillery and rifle fire, however, the Prussians beat back the Austrian counterattacks, firmly securing their position on the hilltop. By noon, the morning mist had cleared from the valley floor, and the Prussian commanders on Dub Hill now had their first clear, unobstructed view of the battlefield before them. The Prussian center was a scene of chaotic carnage, with bodies littering the field, casualties from the deadly Austrian artillery fire. Off in the distance, the Austrian 6th Corps was spotted moving towards the front. King Wilhelm, believing the battle may be lost, asked if Moltke had a contingency plan for a retreat, to which Moltke replied, "There will be no retreat. We are fighting for the very existence of Prussia." As if on cue, the vanguard of Crown Prince Friedrich Wilhelm's 2nd Army made its timely arrival on the field. According to some sources, Moltke now reassured the king by stating, "Success is complete. Vienna lies at your feet." Crown Prince Friedrich Wilhelm rode with his staff at the vanguard of the 2nd Army's march, and he proceeded to scout out the enemy positions atop Maślawiecki and Hornowiec, while Prussian artillery unlimbered and thundered into action against the Austrian forces on the heights. As soon as enough units had arrived to permit an advance, a Prussian Fusilier battalion moved up to capture Hornowiec from a small Austrian party from the 2nd Corps, which surrendered without putting up a fight. Not long after, the lead Prussian battalions of General Louis von Mutius's 6th Corps crossed the Trottina River east of Hornowiec and easily swept away a thin line of Austrian pickets before occupying the villages of Retzitz and Trottina. Around 1 p.m., units from the Austrian 2nd and 4th Corps abandoned their forward positions and retreated towards their original lines. An hour later, Prussian troops of the 1st Guard Brigade, supported by elements of Franceschi's 7th Division, which had managed to reoccupy the Swib Forest, advanced southward through Sistolz. The guardsmen divided their ranks into smaller companies and platoons, and hurriedly moved south along a sunken road that provided cover in their advance towards the village and heights of Chlum. All 3 divisions of the Elbe army had by then moved into action to the south. After capturing the 2 hills, General Herwarth put his artillery guns up on the hills and had them fire a heavy barrage of shells into General Ludwig von Gablenz's 10th Corps, situated atop Langenhof Hill. Moltke's strategy of enveloping the enemy army was unfolding precisely according to plan. As the men of the 1st Guards Brigade rushed into the burning village of Chlum, set ablaze by the incessant Prussian artillery fire, several hundred demoralized Hungarians of the Appiano Brigade surrendered, while Appiano's other battalions were relentlessly gunned down by deadly Prussian rifle fire in their vain attempt to retake the town. Benedek had begun to realize by now that his army was in imminent danger of being enveloped and cut off. He was unaware of just how effective the Prussian 2nd Army's penetration of his right flank had been, and from his position on the southwest slope of Lipa, he was issuing orders for Ludwig Peretz's brigade of the 1st Corps to march south and retake Propolis when his adjutant August Neuber informed him at 2:45 that the Prussians had captured Chlum and were now in the Austrian rear. Benedek sent orders through his staff for the 2nd and 6th to move out of reserve and retake Chlum, then rode south to assess the battle situation for himself. He and his staff attempted but failed to rally the retreating Austrians fleeing from Chlum, and then turned south towards Langenhof. But rather than set up his headquarters at a new position to establish a rearguard and have the army retreat, Benedict frantically rode up and down the field in a futile effort to rally and reform individual battalions. When the Prussian guns atop Probus and Chlum began bombarding the Austrian reserve units, many of the soldiers simply dropped their muskets and packs and fled across the countryside to escape the Prussian onslaught. This panicked mob of Austrian troops fleeing the front lines swept up Benedict and his staff along with them as they streamed towards the Elbe. Soldiers from 7 corps and 5 cavalry divisions became squeezed into a narrow pocket no more than half a mile wide as they rushed to the river. Despite Benedict ordering 4 pontoon bridges built across the Elbe earlier that day in the event of retreat, neither the troops or their officers had been told how to reach them. Amidst the chaos of the panicked retreat, it became impossible for 2 Austrian corps commanders attempting to counterattack Chlum to coordinate their efforts. Generals Ramming and Leopold Gondrecourt nevertheless ordered their battalions forward to the attack. Around 3:15 p.m., Ramming launched his corps' counterattack, with Ferdinand Rosenzweig's brigade on the left pushing back a few dispersed companies of Prussian Fusiliers around the village of Rosberitz. These Prussian units retreated north into a sunken road running from Rosberitz towards Chlum, with the Austrians close behind them in pursuit. These pursuing Austrians had unknowingly thrown themselves into a trap, however, as Prussian infantry concealed in the fields to the west rose up from the grass and fired devastating point-blank rifle volleys into the Austrian lines. General Ramming attempted to support Rosenzweig's beleaguered soldiers by sending forward Georg Waldstatten's brigade, but retreating Austrian cavalry rode through their lines and disrupted their unit cohesion and formation. Before the Austrians could realign their ranks, Prussian rifle and artillery fire tore through them, ripping the brigade apart. Ramming, realizing the situation was futile, called off his attack, losing thousands in the whole brief affair. The attack by Gondrecourt's 1st Corps followed not long after Ramming's repulse. As he was busy repositioning 3 brigades to face north, Prussian infantrymen poured a steady stream of fire into the Austrian lines. Gondrecourt led a Slovenian regiment in person up the slopes of Chlum and into a torrent of Prussian fire. Sustaining heavy losses, Gondrecourt broke off the attack before 5 p.m. and the survivors fled east. Close to 4 o'clock, 2 Austrian heavy cavalry divisions held in reserve formed a line facing west to relieve pressure on the Austrian centre. Prince Wilhelm zu Schleswig-Holstein-Glücksburg's 1st Reserve Cavalry Division and General Karl von Claudenhover's 3rd Reserve Cavalry Division formed lines on the north and south sides of the Königgrätz road, intending to attack Langenhof and Probus respectively. However, Holstein's division never reached its objective, as heavy fire from Prussian Fusiliers on the valley floor forced the heavy cuirassiers to withdraw from the field, while incessant shrapnel and rifle fire crushed Claudenhover's assault before his troopers could reach their objective. In just half an hour, the Austrians lost more than 700 troopers in the suicidal cavalry charge. Just before 5 p.m., a large body of Austrian and Saxon troops smashed through the gates of the palisade guarding the causeway leading to Königgrätz, and the demoralized Austro-Saxon forces swarmed the causeway. The garrison defending the town mistook the Saxons for Prussians and opened fire on the panicked mob. General Ramming arrived on the scene and attempted to restore order, while Benedict and his staff gave up on their pointless efforts to rally broken individual units. Defeated and outraged at his army's collapse, General Benedict rode off the field. He ordered the pontoon bridges over the Elbe destroyed, in fear of the Prussians capturing them intact, leaving huge numbers of Austro-Saxon infantry and cavalry trapped on the west bank. Unwilling to await capture, many of the refugees jumped into the river to swim across, but drowned. The destruction of the Austrian pontoon bridges marked the conclusion of the Battle of Königgrätz. That night, General Benedict telegraphed Emperor Franz Joseph, "The catastrophe I warned you of 2 days ago happened today." Benedict refused to accept responsibility for the Austrian disaster, instead blaming their crushing defeat on bad weather and disloyal subordinates. Prussian cavalry, which had ridden into the battle behind the infantry, were unable to pursue the beaten Austrians, and a large portion of the Second Army was still en route to the battlefield and would not arrive until nightfall. Ultimately, Moltke decided against ordering a nighttime pursuit. Austrian casualties at the Battle of Königgrätz totaled around 24,000 men killed and wounded and another 20,000 captured, for an aggregate total loss of about 44,000 men. The victorious Prussian army had suffered 9,000 casualties in men killed, wounded or missing. Benedict's forces were given breathing room on July 4th to regroup and reorganize, to conduct the long retreat to Olmütz. When the Prussians eventually crossed the Elbe on July 5th, Moltke sent the Second Army east to pin the North Army at Olmütz, while the First Army occupied Prague and marched on Vienna. With Austrian setbacks occurring on all fronts in the war, Emperor Franz Joseph surrendered to King Wilhelm I on July 22nd.
Following this, Bismarck persuaded Wilhelm I to present lenient terms to Austria, since he wanted to weaken Austria and to remove it from German affairs, but also wanted Austria to remain intact and act as its ally in the future. In the Treaty of Prague, signed on the 23rd of August 1866, Prussia annexed Holstein, while Austria agreed to stay out of German affairs and paid war reparations to Prussia. Moreover, the German Confederation was abolished, with the North German Confederation established in its place under Prussia's leadership. Finally, Hanover, Hesse-Darmstadt, Nassau, Hesse-Kassel and Frankfurt were also annexed by Prussia. The military might of Prussia was evident to the whole world. Of all the great powers of Europe, France looked upon Prussia's skyrocketing power with trepidation. They had grossly miscalculated by remaining neutral in this war, and now, due to their inaction, had a massive Prussian presence on the Rhine, right on France's doorstep. With Austria sidelined from German affairs, Prussia was now the sole dominant power in Germany. A significant portion of Germany was already either a part of Prussia or under its effective control through the North German Confederation, but it was still a step short from complete unification. France was naturally against unification of Germany, as that would mean creation of a massive industrialized military powerhouse with very large manpower and immense potential on its eastern frontier. Thus, Bismarck understood that a conflict with France was going to be inevitable. To avoid looking like the aggressor in this upcoming conflict, Bismarck looked for ways of forcing France into declaring war against Prussia, which he hoped would arouse patriotic fervor in Germany. Such an opportunity emerged after the Spanish throne was vacated. Prussia proposed that Leopold of their royal house of Hohenzollern ascend to the Spanish throne. It was a calculated gamble. In the best-case scenario, there would be a king loyal to Prussia in an important European state like Spain, creating a potential double front against France. In the worst-case scenario, this proposition was going to enrage France and possibly push it into a war with Prussia. The French people were outraged by this proposal, and fervent pro-war propaganda started in France, with the public and the French parliamentarians demanding war. Before long, both sides had begun mobilizing, and on the 19th of July 1870, France formally declared war on Prussia. The Franco-Prussian War started with a successful French offensive on Saarbrücken, but the tide turned very soon in favor of the Prussians, who were organized better and had more men. The French army was beaten at Wissembourg and Spickeren, and suffered further defeats at Wörth and Gravelotte, which forced the French army to retreat to Metz. Reacting quickly to these setbacks, Emperor Napoleon III himself mustered reinforcements and marched on Metz to relieve his troops there.
On the evening of August 31st, French Marshal Patrice de Morcemart arranged his army of Chalons, numbering about 120,000 men, around 100,000 of them effective, into a compact triangle shape, sending his best troops of the 12th Corps under General Barthélemy Louis-Joseph Lebrun about 3 miles southeast of Sedan at Bazaine. General Lebrun placed his corps' troops on the heights to the north of Bazaine, on the western side of the Gavone Valley. General Auguste Alexandre Ducrot's 1st Corps formed up into battle lines from the town of Givon north to the village of Illy, forming the apex of the French army's position, linking with General Félix Douai's 7th Corps stretching down to the village of Cazal on the bank of the Meuse River. The 1st and 7th Corps were positioned back-to-back to the northeast of Sedan, with the woods of the Bois de la Garenne separating their lines. General Pierre-Louis-Charles de Failly's 5th Corps, weakened from its battle with the Germans the previous day at Beaumont, was placed in reserve north of Sedan at a place known as the Old Camp. When General Emmanuel Félix de Wimpfen arrived at Sedan from Paris on the evening of the 31st, Morcemart made the decision to replace the disgraced Failly with Wimpfen in command of the 5th Corps. Wimpfen carried with him a letter written by the French Prime Minister Charles Cazaux-Montauban, Comte de Palicao, authorizing him to assume command of the army in the event of MacMahon's incapacitation. However, because of mistrust and an intense rivalry between MacMahon and Wimpfen, the latter decided to keep Montauban's letter secret. Meanwhile, Prussian Field Marshal Helmut von Moltke had set his armies in motion just after midnight, believing that the French were preparing to conduct a withdrawal to the northwest towards Mézières. The Prussian Third Army, led by Crown Prince Friedrich Wilhelm, got moving at 3 a.m. on the morning of September 1st, 1870. By 7 o'clock, the Crown Prince's army had crossed to the north bank of the Meuse. Accompanying Moltke and his staff was King Wilhelm I of Prussia and the Minister-President of Prussia Otto von Bismarck. Also included among Moltke's retinue was US Army Lieutenant General Philip Sheridan, who had requested that President Ulysses S. Grant send him to Europe to report on the Franco-Prussian War. The vanguard elements of General Ludwig Freiherr von der Tann's 1st Royal Bavarian Corps moved forward towards Bazay under the cover of darkness at 4 a.m. The Bavarian general had hoped to capture the village in a pre-dawn surprise assault. The town was defended by the French 3rd Marine Regiment, who had barricaded the streets and formed firing positions in the buildings and houses, transforming Bazay into a veritable fortress. Bavarian infantry companies in the vanguard reached Bazay's main street before the French picket line could detect and open fire on them. These Bavarian troops managed to make a foothold in the northern edge of the town, but French Marines dug in behind strong defences in a 2-story structure known as the Villa Beaumont and managed to stall the Bavarians' advance. Another French Marine regiment managed to push back a secondary Bavarian attack on the village, driving them into a corner on the southern side of town. General von der Tann committed 2 more brigades into the combat for Bazay, and soon the village was ablaze from the intense street and house combat. By now, the fighting had spread north to the village of La Moncelle. When first light crested the horizon at dawn, artillery batteries from the Saxon 12th Corps of the 4th Army blazed into action on the heights overlooking La Moncelle. French sharpshooters skirmishing on the heights were initially successful in forcing back some of the Saxon guns, but Saxon infantry moving up in support of their artillerymen managed to force the French skirmish line to withdraw. While combat continued to rage around Bazay and La Moncelle, fighting again spread north to the town of Denis, defended by units from Ducrot's 1st Corps. More German artillery batteries opened up on the French as the morning fog lifted from the valley. Prussian field artillery succeeded in silencing the inferior French artillery batteries, which were unable to compete with the greater range and accuracy of the Prussian Krupp guns. Lacking friendly artillery support, the French infantry units defending Bazay began to suffer heavy casualties from exposure to the deadly Prussian artillery fire. Prussian infantry battalions joined their Bavarian comrades in a renewed attack on the town, but they suffered equally high casualties from the rapid and deadly fire of French infantry armed with the bolt-action, breech-loading chassepot rifle. At dawn, MacMahon rode up to observe the action at La Moncelle and suffered a serious wound to his left leg that temporarily rendered him unconscious. When MacMahon finally recovered, he turned over command of the army of Chalon to General Ducrot, despite the latter being junior in rank to both Wimpfen and Douai. Ducrot became increasingly concerned that the French position around Sedan was about to become untenable, as more German infantry, cavalry and artillery units moved up onto the battlefield. He soon issued orders for the army to move back to Plateau d'Illy in preparation for a general withdrawal towards Mézières, and at once he began moving back those brigades not already engaged with the enemy. Ducrot's command of the army would prove to be short-lived. After being informed of Ducrot's promotion, General Wimpfen presented Ducrot with his letter from the Prime Minister, and he immediately consented to Wimpfen taking over the army. Wimpfen's first directive was to countermand Ducrot's previous orders to withdraw from the field, and was convinced that the situation at Bazay was manageable and even stable. He felt that there was still time for an organized French counterattack to break through the Prussian lines, so that the army could reach Carignan and unite with Marshal François Achille Bazaine's Army of the Rhine at Metz. Reality, however, was far from Wimpfen's expectations. Despite stiff French resistance and determined counterattacks, Denis fell to the Prussians at 10 a.m. As the Saxons became reinforced by the 4th Corps of Crown Prince Albert's 4th Army, mounting pressure was put on the French defence at La Moncelle. Bazay was finally captured by the Bavarians at 11 o'clock, after a hard-won fight for the Villa Beaumont. Point-blank artillery fire from Prussian guns soon swept away the remaining French pockets of resistance in the town. Some of the Bavarian troops, furious at their heavy losses to capture Bazay, massacred several groups of French Marines who attempted to surrender. Numerous houses were also torched by the vengeful Bavarians, which soon engulfed the whole village in flames and virtually destroyed it. Although Wimpfen sent orders to Lebrun to recapture Bazay, heavy fire from German artillery beat back the French counterattacks with ease. Prince August of Württemberg's Guard Corps of the Prussian Fourth Army went into action not long after. A few of the Guard brigades aided in the action for Gavon, while the 2nd Guard Division advanced westward to link up with the 3rd Army. The Guard Corps' artillery exchanged counter-battery fire with the guns of Ducrot's 1st Corps, but it was an uneven contest due to the superiority of the Prussian field pieces. Outgunned and outmatched, Ducrot's batteries withdrew their remaining intact guns from the field. The French sent forward a large cloud of skirmishers to engage the Prussian artillery and cover the deployment of a 10-gun battery at Givon, but Prussian infantry managed to capture the enemy battery before the French artillerymen had a chance to unlimber their pieces. The Prussians now directed their shelling towards the Bois de la Garenne. Givon fell to the Prussians at 10 a.m. Most of the French 1st Corps became pinned down on the western slopes of the Givon Valley under the relentless bombardment of the Prussian artillery. Many units attempted to escape the incessant 2-hour pounding by entering the Bois de la Garenne. Meanwhile, Bavarian and Saxon troops advanced from Bazay and Le Moncel with support from the Prussian Fourth Army, and succeeded in driving out the stubborn French defenders from their positions east of Bellon, sending them reeling back into the Givon ravine. The Bavarians followed up their success with a direct assault on Bellon, quickly capturing the lightly defended village despite a lively action for the chateau on the western edge of town. Just after noon, the lead Bavarian battalion moved to within rifle range of the old fortress of Sedan, as firefights erupted between the Bavarians and French in the Givon Valley nearby. The French attempted to launch a counterattack at 1 p.m, with the assistance of artillery and the largely ineffective mitrailleuse volley guns, which succeeded in forcing back a Bavarian infantry brigade. Another Bavarian brigade soon moved up in support of their comrades and recovered the lost ground. Desperate fighting raged in this sector for another hour. At 3 p.m, 2 French divisions advanced from the Givon ravine towards the 23rd Saxon Division. The Saxons, through the assistance of the Guard Corps' left wing and Guard artillery batteries, blunted the French attack and forced them to retreat. The Germans brought up more guns, and by mid-afternoon, the Prussians had 21 batteries, engaged on a line stretching from Bazay to Aisne. On the western side of the battlefield, the Prussian 5th and 11th Corps of Crown Prince Friedrich Wilhelm's 3rd Army, along with the Württemberg Division of the Württemberg-Baden Corps, crossed the Meuse at Donchery, and by some pontoon bridges laid further downstream. Prussian cavalry patrols, meanwhile, managed to move as far as the road leading to Mézières, reporting no sighting of the French making a withdrawal. Earlier in the day, Crown Prince Friedrich Wilhelm had ordered the Prussian units already on the Mézières road to pivot east and attack Douai's 7th Corps. By mid-morning, the town of Saint-Morge fell into Prussian hands, while 2 Prussian infantry companies entered the village of Flohan and managed to gain a foothold. 3 artillery batteries were unlimbered at Saint-Morge to engage the 8 French batteries at Flohan. More Prussian artillery was pushed up to join the heated cannonade, as they soon had 72 guns in 6 batteries blazing into action in the area. All the French pieces were eventually silenced through the skillful gunnery of the Prussian artillerists. But when the Prussians sent their batteries forward in a general advance, they came under a hail of fire from French mitrailleuse volley guns, who managed to eliminate the crews of the forwardmost Prussian cannons. At first, Wimpfen believed the action in the northwest was merely a Prussian demonstration. He began to realize at midday, though, that this was in fact a major assault, so he sent 2 divisions from the 1st Corps to support Douai's lines. Brigades were also detached from Failly's 5th Corps to reinforce the weakened sectors of the line, or those areas that appeared threatened by a Prussian breakthrough. At midday, a brigade from the Prussian 11th Corps used the cover of a ravine and support from Krupp guns to attack Douai's left flank between Flohan and the Meuse. The Prussian flank attack enabled them to seize the high ground overlooking the town. General Jean-Auguste Marguerite's French 1st Reserve Cavalry Division, made up of light cavalry regiments, was occupying a position behind Douai's 7th Corps at Calvaire-d'Illy, while the Prussians pressed their advantage to the northeast against the apex of the French line. Ducrot ordered Marguerite to attack the Prussian left-wing forces that were nearing Illy, and to charge the Prussian cannons at Saint-Marche. Just when Marguerite was moving forward to observe the ground over which his cavalry squadrons were to conduct their charge, a bullet struck him, tearing through both cheeks. The badly wounded cavalier turned over command of his division to General Gaston Gallifet. Galifet deployed the 1st Reserve Cavalry Division, comprised of 3 regiments of Chasseurs d'Afrique, 1 regiment of French Chasseurs, and a Hussar regiment, into 3 lines to advance at the trot towards the enemy. Despite receiving a torrent of artillery fire from enfilading Prussian guns, what is sometimes described as the last great cavalry charge in European warfare pressed on and burst into a gallop, charging the men of the 43rd Infantry Brigade. The first line of French troopers was broken at several points by the deadly Prussian rifle and artillery fire, and one group of horsemen rushed from Cassel through the intervals with Prussian guns blazing at them with case shot, but the companies beyond halted any further progress. Other French detachments managed to slice their way through the infantry as far as the narrow pass of St. Albert, where they were met by fresh Prussian battalions debouching from the pass. The well-aimed Prussian volleys inflicted mass casualties on the French cavalrymen, and the whole field soon became strewn with dead horses and riders. Many of the French troopers fell into the quarries or down the steep wooded declivities, while others managed to escape the carnage by swimming the Meuse. Slightly more than half of the division retreated to the protection of the forest. Out of the 2,408 men in Marguerite's 1st Reserve Cavalry Division that were present on September 1st, only 1,327 troopers remained in the ranks the next day. The failed charge of Marguerite's cavalry division was followed up with an attack by Douai's 7th Corps units to clear the town of Flourens of Prussian forces. After an hour of heavy and intense combat for control of the town, fresh Prussian reinforcements arrived and checked the French assault. On the rest of the Sedan battlefield, however, Prussian advances were being stopped in their tracks by the deadly fire of the French infantry armed with their chassepot rifles. When soldiers of the Prussian 11th Corps reached Flenieux, they linked up with and shook hands with members of the Prussian Guard at Illy. The meeting of these 2 units marked the completion of the Prussian encirclement of the French at Sedan. From noon to 2 p.m, the French continued to hold their ground around Calvert-de-Lys. But when Ducrot's 1st Corps withdrew from the area, the right flank of Douai's 7th Corps became exposed. The 3rd Division of the French 5th Corps moved up to plug the gap in the line, but the division's ranks were shattered by heavy fire from the enemy. So many French soldiers ended up quitting the field and retreating to the safety of the woods that only 1 brigade of the 3rd Division was able to remain in action. At 2 o'clock, the French units holding Calvert-de-Lys finally fell back and relinquished the town to the Prussians as they withdrew towards the Bois de la Garenne. By now, the road leading to Belgium had become clogged with fleeing French soldiers, civilians, and wagons. Prussian units were making successes all across the battlefield. Infantry Regiment 87 managed to seize an 8-gun battery and capture 30 baggage wagons and their teams, as well as hundreds of riderless cavalry horses. The advance guard cavalry of the Prussian 5th Corps took as prisoner General Jean-Auguste Brault, commanding the cavalry division of the French 5th Corps, as well as his staff, and also captured large numbers of dispersed enemy infantrymen and 150 draft horses, along with 40 ammunition and baggage wagons. Around 2 o'clock, the Prussian army's field artillery completed its full deployment on the battlefield, and Moltke began tightening the iron ring around the encircled French lines from the east and west. Artillery batteries hammered away at the French 1st and 7th Corps from front and rear, pummeling any French soldiers attempting to seek safety in the Bois de la Garenne. Prince Kraft of Hohenlohe-Ingelfing, commanding the Prussian Guard artillery, directed his gunners to direct their fire against the Bois de la Garenne at 2 p.m, blasting away at the disordered French divisions milling about in the woods. Under the relentless barrage of Prussian artillery, what little morale and order remained in the French ranks utterly collapsed, as units sheltering in the woods evaporated. By mid-afternoon, the Prussian 11th Corps advanced into the Bois de la Garenne, and despite receiving fire from pockets of French resistance, they managed to mop up thousands of prisoners. By late afternoon, the Germans were within easy reach of the city of Sedan, but French artillery, firing from the obsolete fortress, kept their advance checked. By now, however, the German infantry no longer needed to advance, as they allowed their artillerymen to finish up their day's hard work. German artillery fire on Sedan increased as the French lines continued to shrink around the city. Fleeing French soldiers, horses and wagons rushed from the woods towards the perceived safety of Sedan, where French officers attempted to rally their men inside the fortress, all to no avail. From the heights of La Marfie, south of the Meuse, King Wilhelm, Bismarck and Moltke watched the unfolding bombardment with a retinue of German princes. Word had reached the king and his staff that Emperor Napoleon III himself was in Sedan, but at first this news was dismissed as mere rumour. "The old fox is too cunning to be caught in such a trap," Bismarck said to General Sheridan. He has doubtless slipped off to Paris. But the French Emperor was indeed holed up inside the fortress of Sedan, having passively observed the annihilation of his army from the citadel walls throughout the afternoon. At 2 p.m, the Emperor received a report from General Wimpfen stating his intent to make a breakout to the southeast, and implored Napoleon to capitulate, writing, "Let your Majesty come and place himself amid his troops, who will consider it an honor to open a passage for him." The Emperor, realizing the battle was lost, began to seriously consider this option. But General Wimpfen was not ready to throw in the towel just yet. Believing he still had a strong chance of breaking out towards Carignan, he ordered Douai to form his 7th Corps as a rearguard, but the general replied that his corps' lines were barely holding. With no further help imminent, Wimpfen organized some troops around the old army camp near Sedan, consisting of several marine regiments and one 5th Corps brigade, then sent them against the Bavarians at Bellon. The impromptu French counterattack succeeded in pushing the Bavarians to the southern edge of the village, where groups of French civilians joined in the action to assist their soldiers. But while Wimpfen was attempting his breakout at Bellon, Napoleon III ordered the raising of a white flag over Sedan, and he ordered Ducrot to prepare a general order for a ceasefire to be issued to all French units. Wimpfen was still engaged at Bellon, however, and was unable to consult the Emperor on the matter. The commandant of Sedan Fortress stubbornly tore down the first white flag, asserting that he would only take orders from General Wimpfen. The Prussians, meanwhile, checked Wimpfen's attack on Bellon and steadily drove the French back to their original positions. As Wimpfen rode back to Sedan in search of reinforcements in the late afternoon, he ran into the Emperor's emissary to the Prussians. The emissary instructed Wimpfen to cease fire as negotiations with the Prussians were about to begin, but the incredulous Wimpfen refused and carried on searching for intact units. The general managed to collect some 2,000 men still under arms from various units, and then threw them against Bellon for a renewed attack. This time, though, the Bavarians stood their ground and tore through the French ranks with accurate and deadly rifle volleys. With his second counterattack repulsed, Wimpfen gave up all hope of achieving a breakout from the Prussian encirclement and returned to Sedan. By the late afternoon, the German artillery had directed virtually all of their fire against the fortress of Sedan. Shells raining into the city killed and maimed soldiers and civilians alike, and many French civilians sought shelter in cellars as burning buildings collapsed all around them. In the southwestern suburb of Tossy, a second French white flag was raised, and the German artillery fire now gradually began to die down as it became clear to all that the French were defeated. King Wilhelm's staff officer, Lieutenant Paul von Schellendorf, rode into Sedan and demanded the French surrender. Much to his surprise, French staff officers took him straight to their emperor. Napoleon III, looking exhausted and defeated, had a staff officer, General Honor Charles Ray, accompany von Schellendorf with a letter to King Wilhelm. The two officers reached Wilhelm at 6:30 p.m, and Ray presented the king with his note from Napoleon III, which read, "Having been unable to die amidst my troops, it only remains for me to place my sword in your Majesty's hands." King Wilhelm sent the reply, "Regretting the circumstances in which we meet, I accept your Majesty's sword, and invite you to nominate one of your officers invested with full powers to negotiate the capitulation of your army, which has fought so bravely under your orders. For my part, I have designated General Moltke for this purpose." Surrender negotiations were held throughout the night of September 1st to 2nd, with General Wimpfen representing the defeated French and Moltke and Bismarck representing the victorious Germans. Wimpfen requested that the French be allowed to march out of Sedan with their arms and flags under oath of parole to sit out the remainder of the war. Bismarck and Moltke refused this suggestion outright, stating they would accept nothing short of complete and unconditional surrender from the French. An outraged Wimpfen broke off negotiations, with the affirmation that the French would continue to fight, and was given until 9 a.m. on September 2nd before the Germans would resume their artillery bombardment. Wimpfen returned to Sedan to debrief the Emperor on the situation of the surrender negotiations. Napoleon III now decided to negotiate in person, and met with Bismarck in Donchery at 6 a.m. Bismarck once again rejected Napoleon's request for an honourable surrender, and given that the French army was in no state to continue the battle, Napoleon ordered Wimpfen to agree to the Prussian terms. 5 hours later, Wimpfen signed a document containing an unconditional surrender to the Germans. This marked the end of the battle. The Battle of Sedan had been a complete and catastrophic defeat for the French. The French had lost 3,000 men killed and 14,000 wounded, and 104,000 men captured, virtually destroying the army of Chalon. Another 8,000 Frenchmen had fled across the Belgian border, where the Belgians kept to their agreement with the Prussians and confined these French soldiers for the duration of the war. The German armies had lost 2,320 men killed, 5,980 men wounded, and 700 missing, with the Bavarians suffering the heaviest casualties among the German forces engaged. While Prussian artillery had inflicted the majority of the French losses at Sedan, French infantrymen armed with the chassepot rifle inflicted the bulk of the German casualties. As the defeated French troops were marched off to prisoner of war camps, the vanquished Emperor Napoleon III was taken to comfortable captivity at Wilhelmshohe Castle in Hesse. 7 months later, he would be permitted to depart for England, where he would live out the remainder of his days in exile, dying in 1873 at the age of 64. The French defeat at Sedan marked the collapse of Napoleon III's government and the end of the Second French Empire, as members of the National Assembly formed a provisional government of national defense. In the fallout of the Battle of Sedan, the Second French Empire was overthrown, and a republic was proclaimed in Paris.
On the 19th of September, the Prussians started the siege of Paris. Attempts by the Republican government to offer resistance proved futile, as the armies they raised were defeated at the Battle of Le Mans in January 1871. That same month, the Republican government agreed to an armistice with Prussia. France had been defeated. A couple of months before the armistice, one final step towards unification of Germany was taken, when the Reichstag of the North German Confederation voted in favor of a cession of Bavaria, Hesse, Württemberg and Baden into the North German Confederation. The Confederation was renamed into the German Empire, Deutsches Reich, on the 9th of December 1870. On the same day, the Reichstag voted to offer Wilhelm I of Prussia the throne of the German Empire. On the 18th of January 1871, German princes and kings gathered in the occupied Palace of Versailles for the coronation of Wilhelm I, the first emperor of unified Germany. A few months later, on the 10th of May 1871, the Treaty of Frankfurt was signed between France and Prussia. France ceded Alsace and Lorraine to Germany and was obliged to pay 5 billion francs of war reparations. France also agreed to recognize Germany as an empire and Wilhelm I as its emperor. According to the new constitution of the German Empire, the emperor was the highest authority in the empire, and this position was hereditary. Directly under him, an imperial council was established, consisting of 25 princes of various German lands, which acted more or less as an upper chamber of the German parliament. There was also the Reichstag, the German parliament chosen by male suffrage, with 382 members. Steps to standardize the administrative system throughout Germany were taken, with the unified post system being established and the Golden Mark adopted as legal tender throughout the German Empire. A unified standing army with over 400,000 soldiers was established. With France and Austria suffering humiliating defeats at the hands of Prussia, and Russia being far away and hopelessly lagging behind in industrialization, Germany was now the most powerful state in continental Europe. Following his remarkable achievements, Otto von Bismarck was not planning to rest on his laurels and continued his attempts to shape Germany in his Protestant and conservative vision. A cession of South German states created a significant Catholic population in the German Empire, who were represented in the Reichstag by the political Centre Party. To weaken what he saw as a threat to Prussia's Protestant character, Bismarck launched a campaign called Kulturkampf, cultural struggle against political Catholicism. Measures such as legalizing civil marriage, abolishment of religious orders, and church appointments requiring approval from the state aimed to weaken the Catholic institutions in Germany. However, rather than weaken the Centre Party's influence, Bismarck's persecutions served only to galvanize the significant German Catholic minority, who banded together more strongly than ever around their political party. By the late 1870s, this policy was abandoned. Kulturkampf was followed by another campaign launched by Bismarck, this time against the German socialists, who he understood to be rapidly gaining power as a byproduct of Germany's rapid industrialization, and posed a threat to the conservative order in Germany. In 1878, anti-socialist laws were implemented in Germany, and all socialist organizations except for the German Social Democratic Party, or SPD, were banned. In order to prevent workers from sympathizing with socialism, Bismarck implemented measures to alleviate the hardship in their lives, such as the pension system, the medical coverage system, and an accident insurance system. This was essentially a predecessor of the modern welfare system. Ultimately, Bismarck's anti-socialist campaign failed as well, for in the 1890 elections, the SPD gained the most votes of the German electorate. In his foreign policy following Germany's unification, Bismarck was cautious. He intended to maintain the existing balance of power in Europe, and to that end, Germany needed allies. The most logical choice for Bismarck was to side with Russia and Austria, the most conservative and monarchist great powers, who had a common interest in suppressing revolutionary ideas. This would also allow Germany to secure its eastern borders from a potential Russian threat. These considerations pushed Germany into the League of the Three Emperors in 1873. But this alliance was doomed to failure, as Austria and Russia's interests in the Balkans clashed, and Germany was not in a position to offer a formula suiting both sides. As a result, this alliance collapsed. The establishment of the Triple Alliance among Germany, Austria-Hungary and Italy in 1882 was a poor alternative to an alliance with Russia, as the eastern borders of Germany had once again become vulnerable to a Russian threat. Bismarck's intention to ensure a long-term alliance of Germany with Russia failed due to a lack of interest of the new Emperor Wilhelm II. Hence, Russia sided with France, an alliance which would later lead to the establishment of the Triple Entente with Britain. Very soon after coming to power in 1888, Emperor Wilhelm II abandoned Bismarck's cautious foreign policy. The ambitious new German Kaiser had grand designs for his empire and wanted to expand, seeking in particular to establish colonies in Africa and Asia and become an imperialist power akin to France and Britain. Bismarck did not agree, instead wanting to preserve the balance of power in Europe, believing that establishing this colonial empire would be costly, both financially and in terms of Germany's relations with other European powers. Bismarck was also irritated by Wilhelm II's active participation in decision-making on internal political and social matters. Ultimately, this led to the Iron Chancellor's resignation from office in 1890. In the ensuing years, Germany's status as an industrial juggernaut continued to grow. While Britain produced twice as much steel as Germany in the 1870s, by 1893, Germany had overtaken them, and by the beginning of World War I, Germany was producing twice as much steel as Britain. At the turn of the 20th century, Germany had the most dynamic economy in Europe, a level of success which caused strain on its authoritarian ruling system. Rapid industrialization meant rapid increase of the working class, and despite all the efforts the imperial regime had made to improve the lives of the working people in Germany, they still refused to grant the working class major civic and political rights. The increase of the urban working class population led to a huge success for the SDP, which came first in the 1912 elections and got more votes than the second and third parties combined. In general, the pre-World War I German political scene was a mix between the authoritarian central government and surprisingly autonomous governance in several regions like Württemberg and Alsace-Lorraine. But latent instability in the political system of Germany and unwillingness of the conservative elite to adapt to the new situation was going to prove costly for Germany in World War I. Having alienated Russia with its short-sighted foreign policy, Wilhelm II continued taking steps disrupting the balance of power in Europe, which only exacerbated its relations with other great powers. As we mentioned earlier, Wilhelm II sought to establish the global imperial presence of Germany. In 1896, he publicly applauded the President of Transvaal, a South African nation populated by the descendants of Dutch farmers, for defeating the British offensive on them. This worsened Germany's relations with Britain. Moreover, the Kaiser's visits to the Ottoman Empire and his agreement to build the Berlin-Baghdad Railway worsened Germany's relations with Britain, France and Russia, who had interests of their own in the declining Muslim Sultanate. Perhaps the most costly of Kaiser Wilhelm's aggressive decisions of statecraft was to turn Germany into a naval power on par with Britain, and build a massive navy disproportionate to the minor colonial possessions of Germany in Africa and the Pacific. Germany was inherently a continental force, and was too late to compete with Britain and France for colonial conquest. Most of the world under the sun had already been taken, and by the 20th century, anti-colonial sentiments were gradually rising. Thus, building a powerful navy was a drain of resources which did not make much sense in terms of Germany's military or colonial potential. Ultimately, it only served to worsen its relations with Britain. Wilhelm II's Germany was entering World War I as an economic and industrial powerhouse with the most powerful army in Europe, but with an inadequate alliance with Austria-Hungary and the Ottoman Empire, two empires both well past their prime. The Great War was on the horizon, and what happened in Germany in the decades following it needs no exposition. Due to the legacy of the nation of Prussia, her armies, dukes, kings, chancellors, and emperors, the Germanic peoples had been united for the first time in a millennium, forged into a European powerhouse, which, throughout the 20th century, would first deliver the most miserable conflicts in human history, then deliver progress, innovation, technology, and hope for a progressive and democratic future.
Many more videos on the history of Germany and Europe are on the way, so subscribe and press the bell button. Please consider liking, commenting, and sharing. It helps immensely. Recently, we've started releasing weekly Patreon and YouTube member exclusive content. Consider joining their ranks via the link in the description or button under the video to watch these weekly videos, learn about our schedule, get early access to our videos, access our private Discord, and much more. This is the Kings and Generals channel, and we will catch you on the next one.